What's the hurry? Slow down. When you win a championship, Braves, you gotta savor the moment. Take it in. Go slow. Slow down. There are fans around. Braves free buses. Come on, man. Next up, we got a little college football for you. Duke versus Pitt. Porter Wilson out for the punt call. Gets the ref in the bastard call, and then the flag. The flag takes him down. Talk about dramatic. Look, give this guy an A+ in drama class. Are you kidding me? Number 98, Porter Wilson. The flag takes you down.
He almost overextended that leg, too.
Come on, man.
And now for my favorite part. Now we're going to talk style and fashion. Let's look at Cliff Kingsbury. Look at Cliff. Look at Clean. Look at Nice. Now look at PJ Fleck. Hold on, baby. Now, let's take a look at my man, Bill Belichick. Randy, what you think about that? Look at that style. That's my man. I love it. Come on. I mean, is he? Bill Belichick. Come on, man. I'm going to see my baby for his first game. Hey, Mama Love, I feel you all the way. But Green Bay Packers, the family is coming to this man's first game, and you trying to tell me this is where you sit his family at? Hey, Mama Love, I know there's a little nervousness till you took your baby's first start. Hey, Miss Monica, I know you see your honey out there first start, a little nervousness, but they got you out there in the nosebleed section. Where are your binoculars at? Hey, Green Bay Packers, you got the family that high. Come on, Pack. Come on, man.
Easy because we're all on the Steelers. And I asked Mike Tomlin, this is amazing, how his teams can be undefeated at home on Monday Night Football. He really leans in. He respects it, knows everybody's watching. They love having the extra day. They have a real edge about this game.
And first of all, Mike Tomlin is one of the best coaches in the National Football League. We talk a lot about the play caller. He's a defensive guy, and he doesn't get the credit. One of the best to ever do it, a future Hall of Famer.
Really miraculous what he's done.
Yes.
Yeah. And this atmosphere on a Monday night is just really unmatched. You always love it. You always love it.
I cannot wait to see the terrible towers go down. It's a classic NFL color matchup. Those colors will clash as the Bears collide with the Steelers. Steelers have enjoyed unprecedented Monday night success. We welcome you to the progressive Monday night football. You know, when Ben Roethlisberger made his NFL debut, Justin Fields was 5 years old. They have two things in common. Both the 11th pick overall in their respective drafts, and their teams desperately need them to win tonight. As we come to you inside of 100 days from the Super Bowl, and some 3 hours from now, we will be halfway through the NFL's biggest season ever. Welcome to Monday Night Football with Louis Riddick, Brian Greasy. I'm Steve Levy. It's been a roller.
Two of the most historic franchises in NFL history meet tonight on Monday Night Football from the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Bears, hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. as tonight on Monday Night Football from Heinz Field, the 3-5 Chicago Bears will take on the 4-3 Pittsburgh Steelers as we wrap up Week 9, as the Steelers are a 7-point home favorite here this evening, wearing their Color Rush uniforms. Hopefully you are ready for some football this Monday night. Monday Night Football, WWE Monday Night Raw, live watch-along reactions as well. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. We are about to have nothing but a damn good time. However, the Steelers have not defeated the Bears since the 2005 season. They've lost 3 in a row. Now, yes, okay, I get because of the NFL schedule, AFC North, NFC North. These two teams only meet once every 4 years. So 2005, the last time the Steelers won against the Chicago Bears. 2009, they lost in Chicago. 13, they lost here in Pittsburgh. And then in 17, in a early season showdown, late September, as for the most part, the last 3 games have been in the month of September. Here we are early November. Last time, of course, the Steelers beat the Bears, it was mid-December on the road to Super Bowl 40 with the bus's last stop. As they continue to preview tonight's matchup, of course, ESPN, no Manning cast tonight with Peyton and Eli. But Steve Levy, Louis Riddick, Brian Greasy on the call. Of course, Lisa Salters, yes, on the field. Pittsburgh coming off a win last week against the Browns by 5, 15-10. The Bears lost at home to the 49ers. As in the meantime, hashtag WWE Raw kicks off. Seth frickin' Rollins in the ring with his WWE Championship contract that he won a few weeks back, as the WWE will continue to build towards Survivor Series, now less than 2 weeks away, on Sunday, November the 21st, the same night as Steelers-Chargers on Sunday Night Football from SoCal, as the Steelers tonight, of course, have the Bears in town. The Lions will enter next week. Oh my, so Pittsburgh sitting at 4-3. I would think going into that Charger game, as I said the past few weeks, should be 6-3 by then. But that's why they play games. We'll see how tonight goes, of course. Of course, hoping for a win. They should, I would think, be able to defeat Justin Fields, the rookie quarterback out of Georgia and Ohio State. Matt Nagy also returning to the sidelines as the head coach, as he was out last week on the COVID reserve list. So it'll be, of course, Mike Tomlin, Matt Nagy, Ben Roethlisberger, and Justin Fields. Chris Boswell will play. So, I mean, if Pittsburgh does go for 2 at some point in time tonight after a touchdown or 2, okay, so be it. But I'd expect just to go back to the norm, back to the basics, and they'll kick field goals if they have to settle. And, of course, extra points as well. Of course, Boswell last week at Cleveland took that big hit on the fake field goal. Was in concussion protocol, but did practice in full this past week, so he's good to go. A few inactives, though, on both sides of the ball. Eric Ebron's out at tight end for the Steelers, so, of course, will be rookie tight end on Penn State and Pat Freiermuth, along with Zach Gentry as well. So, Bears on the flip side, more so defensively than anything. Damian Williams, yes, out at running back, but they just took David Montgomery off of IR, so he's back. They have depth at tailback to simplify their offense, balance and consistency, of course, help out a young and experienced rookie quarterback in Justin Fields. But then the Bears defenders that are out, we'll start with former Steeler Artie Burns, Jesse James also on the Bears squad now, after, of course, 2 years back during free agency, signed with the Lions. He's still in the NFC North, but he's with Chicago now. He's active. He's not out. But just, of course, a few former Steelers going up against their former team now tonight. But Artie Burns out. But then it's really in all three phases of the defense for Chicago, up front, in the middle, and on the back end. Starting back to front, Eddie Jackson, Alec Ogletree, and Khalil Mack. So we'll see, of course, how the Steeler offense plays this evening. But should be still in for a good matchup. I mean, you know, everybody, of course, from what I've seen and heard, is on, and I'm a Steeler fan, on Pittsburgh's bandwagon tonight, defeating the Chicago Bears. But, you know, it's not the side of paper, it's on the field. We'll see how the game plays out. But knowing how the Steelers play, this game will be close as we near halftime. When will Pittsburgh start to pull away? I don't know. I mean, it might be a blowout from the start. I hope not. Of course, hope for a good football game tonight. But at the same time, yeah, it'll be low scoring to an extent. Defensive showdown, of course. Monsters of the Midway, Steel Curtain. We'll see if those defenses can bring the house down or not. And then, of course, as Rollins is still in the ring on Raw, we'll see in a few hours or so from now if he'll, of course, tweet out, "I hate football," because he is a Chicago Bear fan. You know, yeah, we'll see how this game goes. Keep an eye out, though, for Justin Fields to make some plays, no doubt about it. I mean, I saw firsthand what he did in college here in the Big Ten, being a Penn State fan as well, with him at Ohio State. And, you know, he was first-round pick for a reason. You know, system-wise, is it the right fit right now? Probably not, to an extent. You know, we'll see, you know, come the offseason what happens around the league. But, you know, if they can get a running game going, if Fields can make some plays, this Steeler defense is going to have to make some stops as well, which I feel they will. That's why, you know, it'll be close, but then Pittsburgh will pull away. Later on. How early, how late, like I said, I don't know. I don't really care if they cover or if the over-under hits, which is 40. A win's a win when it's all said and done. If Pittsburgh can, as they're on a 3-game winning streak right now, following a 3-game losing streak, of course, winning week 1, and then sitting at 1-3, now 4-3, and like I said, if they can get to 6-3 by the Sunday before Thanksgiving, and then, okay, a toss-up with the Chargers, who just were in Pennsylvania yesterday, and Philly defeating the Eagles yesterday afternoon on a game-winning field goal, then okay, I'll take it for the way, the season's gone. But yeah, 4-3 should, like I said, win tonight. Should win also next week against the Lions, who are going to make their second trip to Pittsburgh in the past few months. Of course, the Lions came to Steel City late August during the preseason and lost to the Black and Gold as well. They're the last winless team in the league right now. Actually on a bye this week. So, of course, we'll have to go back and look at their schedule less than a week from now once the game arrives next Sunday at 1. I mean, I know they've had a few close games, and I've said a few times they should have a few wins, but they're, winless. And, the Bears are arguably the second worst team in the North. Of course, at the top, it's Green Bay and Minnesota, and Vikings on the road yesterday, another close game, losing once again, sitting at, I believe, 3-5 as the Bears are right now as well. So, must win for Chicago, but I don't think they're going to get it tonight. I mean, hell, if they're going to win this game, Mike Dick is going to have to come back and coach them tonight. We'll see if we get anything out of whack with the officials, if there's going to be any bad or missed calls by any means. It's the same with penalties. Penalty called. If not, don't let them play. But Pittsburgh on the flip side, run the ball with 22, open it up for 7, and look for Freiermuth potentially to have a big game. I mean, James Washington, yeah, he's had a quiet season, as always, it seems like, though. He's reliable to an extent if he can catch football. But, Juju's been done now for about a month. Shoulder injury on IR for the rest of the season, done for the year. Dede Johnson, Chase Claypool still need to step up a little bit more. Of course, Ebron's out tonight. But, yeah, potentially look for Freiermuth to have a big game. Defense, hopefully going to continue to play extremely well as they have all season long. Special teams, though. Keep an eye out for the Steelers' special teams with Ray McLeod returning kicks and punts here tonight on Monday Night Football, as we're about to kick off from Heinz Field in Pittsburgh. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Now, after Kevin Owens, that is, attacks Seth Rollins and gets him on the run, we go backstage to Gorilla, RK Bro, and the Street Profits. So we'll see how Raw goes tonight. Got a couple more shows, Raw, NXT, SmackDown before Survivor Series. Of course, they just released a bunch of talent late last week as well. So we'll see what the future holds for the company. But my main attention tonight, as I do have Raw on as well, 8-man tag team match coming up following the commercial break. It's Monday Night Football with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And hopefully they can play Pittsburgh Steelers football tonight at home with Steeler Nation in attendance and win their 4 straight. Now, they haven't won 4 in a row since the tail end of their 11-0 start last year. And that ended right after Thanksgiving, early December last year. Lost 5-6, of course, got bounced first round of the playoffs. Got revenge of the Browns last week. Circle about a week later. And the Bears are going to be back deep to receive as the Wizard of Oz, Chris Boswell, back from injury. And there is Rocky Blyer and Pennsylvania Zone from Butler and Mechanicsburg, a Steeler fan, the lead singer of Poison, a true Pittsburgher, if you will, yes, Steve Levy, and Brett Michaels getting the crowd pumped up with terrible towels. And in the meantime, we're underway. Kickoff 2 yards deep in the end zone on the return out to the 22. It'll be 1st and 10, Bears from there, of course. It is November. Veterans Day is Thursday. Thank you to anyone who has served or is currently serving. Thanks for service. The NFL Salute to Service, of course, is the month of November. Brett in attendance with Rocky Blyer, who served in Vietnam. Getting the crowd pumped up. We're underway. Justin Fields going to be under center from the 22. Got a few motion men and Cole Kmet and Jesse James along with Allen Robinson, 2 or 3 Penn Staters. The other Golden Domer from South Bend, and then from Ames, Iowa, Dave Montgomery back off IR gets the carry for 2 yards, 2nd down and 8 as Montgomery's back. No Damian Williams, of course, the former Chief who sat out last year. But a rookie quarterback in number 1, Justin Fields, who, yeah, he's good, but if this Steeler defense can, on the crowd, getting into it, force a few mistakes, capitalize off of those, whether that's still on defense or on offense, and not look back. That's perfectly fine by me. So, got an injured Bear. And we'll have a third down and medium here, about a minute or so in. So, Jason Peters, the injured Bear, longtime Eagle, and he just got his left leg, it looked like, rolled up on from behind. He's able to walk off under his own power, though, so he should be back in at some point in time. But now here, 3rd and 5. Clock's rolling. Bears football. Steelers traded on defense number 8, Melvin Ingram, to the Chiefs, who had a tackle yesterday against the Packers, so he's no longer with the black and gold, but they still have depth at linebacker, so no worry. Fields on a pass, complete to Allen Robinson, 3 on 3rd and 5, short of the line of gain, 4th and 2. Here comes the Bears special teams unit, and Pittsburgh will be back deep to receive the opening 3-and-out punt by the Chicago Bears. We will reset, of course, during our next commercial break, as Bears-Steelers is now officially underway. But yeah, Pittsburgh trying to defeat Chicago for the first time in 16 years, which is hard to believe. But they only play each other, once every 4 years. And we'll get back to that 17 game in a minute. Ray McLeod on the return down the far sideline, pushed out of bounds after about a 10-yard return out to 40-yard line or so. So they spotted that as Ben Roethlisberger press conference interview from this past week, of course, speaking about Monday Night Football. Nowadays it's, we're waiting all day for Sunday night. Well, there's still Monday Night Football the next night to, of course, wrap up the week. And after tonight, we'll be officially halfway through the regular season in this 2021 NFL campaign, which is hard to believe. How the hell, is it already mid-November? I don't know, but here we are, and the Steelers are 1st and 10, officially from the 41 on the punt return. Empty set, 5 wide, right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial. Pass complete, and then dropped by number 11, Chase Claypool. Good coverage by the Bears, but a flag on the play. We'll see what dirty laundry is. Illegal use of the hands, hands of the face, says our white capper Frank Gallagher this evening. Be an automatic first down for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Run the damn ball. Rock the Naj. Run the football. Please and thank you. Get a running game going. Open it up. Play good defense, rely on your special teams, and let's go bear hunting. How's that sound? The handoff to Harris. Nowhere for him to go. 2nd down. He 46.5. They officially gave him a yard. 2nd and 9 somehow. I don't know how, but all right. Take it. Bubble screen near side. Complete to Deontay Johnson. And 2 yards for him. 3rd down and 7. So they luck out on the penalty, but they still can't move the football. Work the sticks. Work the sticks. Go to your tight ends. Run the ball as well. Of course, run the pass to run, back and forth, mix it up a little bit. Take your deep shot. I wouldn't take it right now this early. I mean, if they had to settle for punt, okay, so be it, because that's probably exactly what's about to happen. Chicago looking to bring some pressure. Motion man's McLeod. Ben gonna go deep far side. Nice catch by Chase Claypool at the 25-yard line. First down and 10. A little underthrown by Ben, but Claypool able to go up for it, box the defender out, and come down with it for a big reception in Bear territory. Now you got to be able to capitalize off that big play on a third down. You got to put some points on the damn board. If it's over 3, okay, so be it, but I would love a touchdown right now. Taking early. Home 7-0 lead against these Bears on Monday Night Football. Claypool in motion, going to fake the end around to him. Hand off to Harris. And 3 as the pile pushes, maybe 4 on the run up the middle. Second down. 10:46 and counting to play officially in this opening quarter. 3-5 Chicago. 4-3 Pittsburgh. 2nd and 7 officially. 3 yards on the run.
He's going to get targeted. He's been the guy that has to step up, and we also have to protect him too. It's a coverage over the top of the safety.
Blue 20, end around to James Washington near side. Nice block by Freiermuth. And Washington gets out of bounds. First down at the 10. Should be first and goal from there. So they'll have 4 shots to punch it in now for 6. Washington going to come out now for a play. They pan to the offense coordinator and Matt Canada, who has bounced around at the college level. Somehow arrived in Pittsburgh as the quarterback coach. Took a chance on him. And, of course, took over for Randy Fichtner, who was let go after last year and is now the new offense coordinator. Najee Harris, 10-yard rushing touchdown. Touchdown, Steelers. They strike first here tonight on Monday Night Football. Rock the Najee from 10 yards out. From 22, touchdown for 6, pending the upcoming extra point by Boswell. A lot of motion on that drive, of course, throwing defense off guard, and a simple handoff on a misdirection up the middle to the left a little bit near side, and was able to stiff arm a defender and walk right in the end zone for a touchdown. So good to have Boswell back. His extra points up and good. Pittsburgh with an early 7-0 lead against the Bears here tonight on Monday Night Football. 9:42 to play in the opening quarter. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL. Hashtag Bears. Hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments. Super chats, super stickers. Always great. Appreciate it as well. Hashtag WWE. Hashtag WWE Raw. And share as well for Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw. Live watch along reactions live right here on the YouTube channel. Currently ongoing, following the opening segment with Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens. We have an 8-man tag team match as the Red Brand is in Louisville this evening, slugging it out on the road to Survivor Series in now less than 2 weeks' time. My plan with the Steelers, of course, playing on Sunday night that night on the 21st at the Chargers. I will have live watch-along reactions. Yeah, the schedule as of now, next couple weeks, of course, this upcoming Saturday, Michigan, Penn State college football. Next Sunday in the NFL. For the most part, it'll be a triple header. Might be 2, might only be 1 of those games. For sure, Lions, Steelers. We'll see, of course, with the later kicks, how the slate looks. I know there are 2 games I'm referring to right now is Seattle and Green Bay and Kansas City and the Silver and Black Raiders in Vegas. So just be sure to keep an eye out, of course, on social media. Hit the red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it as well, so you can stay up to date. Know when I'm in fact live right here on the YouTube channel. next week's Monday night matchup is San Fran and the LA Rams. And then after that, it would be college football with another noon kick at home for Penn State Senior Day, with Rutgers rolling into Happy Valley, taking on the Lions on the 20th. And then, that next day, that's Sunday Night Football for the Steelers at the Chargers, and then also WWE Survivor Series. But to wrap it up here, my plan right now for that is to just watch Sunday Night Football that night with Steelers Chargers, and then watch WWE Survivor Series the next night and live stream it then during Monday Night Football and WWE Raw, and go from there, of course. And then Thanksgiving that Thursday with a stream of Raiders Cowboys, so be sure to tune in. Nice little segment there on the Myron Cope Terrible Towel as Pittsburgh kicks off, and a return out to around the 10-yard line, and it'll be 1st and 10 for Justin Fields and the Bears from there, as Jake and Elwood Blues are gonna trying to get this Bears franchise moving in the right direction. And we are on a mission from God. Steve Levy on the call for Monday Night Football. ESPN with their graphics, their animated, depending on the team's series that they run with. Yeah, that was pretty good with the Blues Brothers. I was going to get a Blues Brothers reference in at some point in time tonight. I didn't know when. But I guess, there's that. We'll sync it up with what they were just talking about. And, the Bears are on a mission from God tonight on the road on Monday Night Football, taking on the Steelers. So they get it out to the 11 on the return. 5-yard penalty backs them up to the 6, so 1st and 15, and then Fields on the quarterback keeper gets to the 14. So it'll be 2nd and medium here as a 3-and-out by them on their opening drive. Pittsburgh drives and scores a touchdown. Bears the football back now. Officially give them 8 on the run, so 2nd and 7. But, as mentioned, this game still, I feel like, not necessarily defense showdown, but it'll be close as we near halftime. And then it's, okay, does Pittsburgh pull away starting then, or does it take some time in the second half? Pittsburgh's eventually going to pull away late in this game. Got a timeout by Chicago. Matt Nagy running down the sideline before they snap it. His play clock was winding down. So timeout, Bears, as Justin Fields really, I'd say, looking back at the Bears' schedule, no offense to any team they played on the road so far this season. And, he didn't start until a few games in. Of course, Andy Dalton, the backup, and then even Nick Foles behind both of them. He's out tonight. Healthy scratch. We'll see where he ends up if he's going to continue to play. He's, turned into one of those, after he led the Eagles the Super Bowl a couple years ago, they should never got rid of him, or Doug Peterson now. Should have got rid of Wentz when they had the chance. They still did. Now he's, playing some good football in Indy with the Colts. So, it sort of all worked itself out, but the Eagles are in Philadelphia and not Pittsburgh, so I'll digress there. But at least those two teams, back in the 40s during World War II were, how do I say this nicely, able to work out an agreement and become the Steagles, of course, for a couple years, if everybody can remember that. But, no. Sirianni and Hurts. Hurts might be the answer. I don't know, though. But, no, Sirianni, don't be shocked if they fire him at the end of the year. Nagy, I think he'll get canned. I know a few other coaches. I've discussed this time or two here recently.
Yeah, and with the money we saved with Navy Federal Credit Union, it was practically free.
I mean, the Jets, they probably won't move on from Robert Saleh, even though they probably should. He's not the right guy for that job. Hell, nobody's right for that job in New York with the Jets. Sort of going off track right now. Doesn't really matter. We're at a commercial break, so now, it's halfway point. Still a lot of football to be played. I mean, we'll get into that topic, whenever we do at some point in time later on this season. Mike Tomlin's been in Pittsburgh since 2007, taking over for Bill Cowher. Steelers have not had a losing season since 2003. Ben Roethlisberger in his 18th year, first-round pick out of Miami, Ohio, 11th overall in 2004. Started early as a rookie, following an injury to Tommy Gunn, number 8, Tony Maddox himself. And, of course, a couple Super Bowls later, Pittsburgh hasn't looked back since. And, the Pittsburgh Steelers hosting the Bears tonight. As mentioned earlier, two of the most historic franchises in NFL history. Pass complete to Allen Robinson. Got a flag early, and then maybe a flag late with a defensive pass interference or an offensive pass interference potentially. I think this is going to be coming back, though, because that flag was up by the line of scrimmage. And probably a hold. Unless they pick it up. Or an illegal formation on the Bears. Five yards, they'll replay the down. So, Chicago on the road. Already shooting themselves in the foot. And 2nd and 12. Okay, yeah. 3 yards. They take the timeout. We come back from break. They run that play. 5-yard penalty. 2nd and 12. Yeah, okay. Back at the 9. Field's going to go deep near side. And overthrows 84. Marquise Goodwin as... I haven't seen a pass like that from Justin Fields since late last year in the college football playoff when he was still in college at Ohio State. At least they're starting to allow him to sort of do what he wants on offense. The future for the Chicago Bears is Justin Fields at quarterback for the time being. Unless they turn into... a few of those other teams that 2-3 years in, not playing well, not coaching well, yeah, eventually you're going to lose your job. Screen, complete to David Montgomery at the 15, but brought down right away, way short of the line to gain, 4th down. And Chicago going to go 3 and out once again, and Pittsburgh's going to be back deep to receive another punt. So a good start here by the Steeler defense, no doubt. How does, once again, the offense respond? How do they capitalize to potentially get a good drive going and score some more points here? Not even halfway through the opening quarter. So, running game was decent there on that drive. Of course, Harris scored a rushing touchdown, so that was a good sign. It's good they have, for the most part, sort of finally found a running game with the rookie out of Bama in the backfield. But then you still have to allow Big Ben Roethlisberger to be Big Ben Roethlisberger. Plain and simple. There's another way around saying it. So, we'll see what gives. I'm sure, as always, something will, as I like to say, when we get back to it here, coming out of this commercial break again. So Monday Night Football, Bears, Steelers from Heinz Field in Pittsburgh with Steve Levy, Louis Riddick, and Brian Greasy on the call with Lisa Salters down on the field. No Manning cast with Peyton and Eli this evening. They said last week they'd be back in 2 weeks' time, which is now next week, for the Rams-Niners matchup. And then I'm trying to think who plays in 2 weeks' time on Monday night. Going back to scheduling wise for myself, as this is my first Monday night game in a couple weeks, as I did the first full month of the season for Monday Night Football for live watch and interaction streams. As week 1, it was Ravens, Raiders. Week 2 was Lions, Packers. Week 3, it was Eagles, Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken. And then John Gruden's next to last game the week after with the rain delay inside of a dome in LA. Chargers hosting the Raiders. And then it was the Ravens again at home against the Colts, and a game Indy should have won. As that went to overtime as well. Baltimore's in overtime again yesterday, winning against the Vikings on a game-winning field goal by Justin Tucker. But since then, yeah, it's been a few weeks since I've called a Monday night game. And just happens to be a Pittsburgh Steelers matchup as well. You can catch me, of course, live right here on YouTube for all Penn State football and all Pittsburgh Steelers football games throughout the season. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button, share, check questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. But they show a replay of Harris's touchdown run, and now they're back out on offense. But for some reason, he is still on the sideline. Maybe they'll work him in here on this drive. I mean, he's had a decent amount of time to rest. I know Anthony Tony McFarland is active tonight. Might be running Benny Snell, might be running Kalen Ballage, as they've tried to a little bit the past few weeks as well. But on this play, empty set, 5 wide. Over the middle, it's going to be incomplete. Number 88, Pat Fryermuth, the target. Almost was able to bring it in for a catch, but the refs say it hit the ground, so incomplete, and he's second and 10 now. So, yeah, why the hell is he on the sideline? Get him out there. And he's on the sideline without a helmet on, which isn't a good sign. But he's already scored a touchdown, so, I mean, I'll take it. But how the hell are you going to run the football with him not in there? They're on a shuffle over the middle. And Fryermuth, that goes for 9.5, maybe 10. See where they spotted at. It should be 3rd and inches. Get him in there on 3rd and short. Run the damn football. Why the hell is Najee Harris on the sideline without his helmet on? Now he's going to go in. Okay. I get the play call, for the most part, that's why he wasn't in. But it just wasn't a good sign there for a second with him on the sideline without a helmet on when they're out on offense. So I can breathe a sigh of relief. 3rd and inches, they're going to hand off to 22, and he gets a first down. Run the damn ball. Thank you. First down, Pittsburgh. They're running a lot of motion on offense tonight, too. McLeod was in motion on that play. James Washington had an end around first down run for about 10 yards or so earlier. Deontay Johnson, quiet thus far. And Claypool's been getting involved. Ebron's out tight end. Fryermuth, okay. Couple targets, catch or 2 as well. So, yeah, keep it balanced. Run the ball, let Ben be Ben. And from the 47 on 1st and 10, they're going to fake the game. Maybe take another deep shot. No. Ben going to go down on the sack. And it'll be 2nd and long as number 94, Robert Quinn, for the Chicago Bears defense, makes the tackle, brings down number 7 in Roethlisberger. Yeah, as mentioned, no Khalil Mack, no Alec Ogletree, no Eddie Jackson for the Chicago Bear defense here tonight. So who steps up in their absence? Well, on that play, it was 94 and Robert Quinn. 2nd and 15, another motion. Fake the end around to Claypool, handoff up the middle. And Akeem Hicks 96 makes a stop on Najee Harris, third down and about 13 or so, I'd say. So, this drive seems like it's over with, to be honest with you. Unless Ben makes a play and they somehow get a first down, all right, I'll take it. But 3rd and 13 officially from midfield right at the 50. Even if they get close to first down, I mean, they might try a long field goal from 50-plus out with Boswell, but they'll probably end up punting. And, well, over the middle, it's incomplete anyway. So, yeah, here comes Presley Harvin, the rookie out of Georgia Tech, with his blue suede shoes, and he's going to boom one away and try to pin the Bears deep inside the 20 for the first time here tonight with 4:36 to play in this opening quarter.
How do you instill into somebody the passion to give back? His mom, Tiana Hicks, she talks about when you're homeless, you don't speak because you're so worried about finding where you're going to sleep, what you're going to eat. And now she has an opportunity, along with Najee, to give back to a homeless shelter in Richmond called Bricks, and they're doing so, refurbishing it and making it nice for the families.
Fair catch signal for at the 11-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Bears once again from there to begin their next drive. They have gone 3 and out on their first 2 drives here tonight. Maybe third time's a charm. We'll see. Only time will tell. They'll take another break, and we'll get back to it here in a second on Monday Night Football with the Chicago Bears and Pittsburgh Steelers. 8-man tag team on Monday Night Raw officially wraps up. A little post-match altercation there with RK Bro, it seemed like. Now next, as they also take a commercial break with a preview to NXT 2.0 tomorrow night, following Halloween Havoc a few weeks back, as the first ever NXT 2.0 takeover will be about a month away. In month's time, yeah. A month or so from now. That's when that'll be held. That's actually the 5th or the 12th of December. It's early December. It's right before Christmas. It'll be the WWE pay-per-view for December, basically, because there isn't one for the main roster for Raw or SmackDown. WWE Day 1 will be on January the 1st, so we'll see how that goes. Of course, they got Survivor Series, and then TakeOver, and then that's it for the year. But no, we got, about a month's time. The next NXT TakeOver will be the first and SummerSlam weekend for TakeOver 36 for NXT as we knew it. I haven't watched the new NXT 2.0. Well, I take that back. I watched first week, but I haven't watched it since. Because I just couldn't get into it. They didn't give me a reason to watch it again, and it's pathetic as it is anymore anyway with the WWE. There's not many reasons to watch anymore, but for some reason, once again, we keep tuning in and watching. It is what it is when it's all said and done, but I'll digress there. But no, it looks like Mysterios, Ray and Dominic will be in the ring when we return. So we'll see what happens as Monday Night Raw progresses throughout the evening. The Rooney and Hallis family, of course, in charge of the Steelers and Bears, respectively, throughout NFL history. The Bears really haven't been relevant in a good decade. I mean, every once in a while, they'll have a good year. I mean, they did make the playoffs a couple years ago, but lost to the Eagles. Before the Eagles lost to the Saints. And then I believe that was the year the Rams lost to the Patriots, if both I'm mistaken. Because of that blown pass interference call in the Super Down with the Rams and Saints for the NFC Championship game that January of, what would that have been? The 18 season into early 2019, I believe so. They've had field goal kicking problems, just special teams problems in general. ever since they released Robbie Gould. You know, really, you got to go back to Jay Cutler the last time the Bears were good. So now it's Justin Fields. Of course, you know, they're one of these teams now that they run through quarterbacks year after year. But they just drafted Fields, and we'll see what the future holds. They got a second down from the 35. They've got a good drive going here. I mean, Montgomery had a big run there. Fields with a decent run there as well. Going to be third and short, it looks like, depending on the spot. And with Austin 3:16 to play in this opening quarter. Yeah, it's a missed tackle by 97 Cameron Hayward. And then Edmonds pushes him out of bounds. They give him the first down, 1st and 10 Bears at the 40. So it was a 2nd and 8. He barely got that, but they gave him the first down. So I'll pass for you, actually, at the 43. 1st and 10 from there for the Bears. And down goes Fields on a sack by none other than number 90, turned down for Watt. TJ, of course, the younger brother to JJ, who's in Arizona now with the Cards. Arguably the best Watt brother of 3. Derek's also on the Steelers. But TJ Watt, in the meantime, takes down Clark W. Griswold off the ladder, hanging up Christmas lights on the sack here on Monday Night Football. And yes, folks, it's November. It's not Christmas yet. Thanksgiving's first, and then Christmas is in December. Intercepted by the Steelers somehow. How the hell did Hayward come down with that? I have no idea. But he picks it off, and there's a Steeler turnover. And we'll see now. Hopefully they can punch it in and capitalize and score some points off of it. They celebrate in the end zone. There's an interception by the rookie. Welcome to the NFL, Justin Fields. See a replay of here. Hayward, all he did was get his arms up. It was deflected, and it came down into his arms. And then he was tackled right away, but it's still an interception because he threw it. It wasn't a fumble. It was an interception. It was picked off. And the Steelers are now going to have a 1st and 10 on offense. 2:02 to play in this first. Up 7. And from the 36, Roethlisberger going to be in the gun. Running back in Najee Harris to his right. 3 receivers and a tight end. And a handoff. Run the damn ball, please and thank you. And 22 gets to the 28 for 8. 2nd and short for the black and gold.
That's some bad luck. Defensive players talk about sudden change all the time, that you have to rise up. And now, this is a critical point in the game already, although we're still in the first quarter, for this Bears defense to hold this to 3 points at a maximum.
Under center, Roethlisberger going to hand off. Harris for 2. Be 3rd and 1. Running again. I mean, if you want to open it up, go play action to the tight end or take a deep shot, I wouldn't mind it, but I just hate when teams throw deep on 3rd and short. When you need 1 yard to get a first down, hell, sneak it. Now they're going to hand off, thank you, and Harris, and he's going to be stuffed. So they're still going to have to settle for a field goal here. Just hopefully they can capitalize off the turnover, some points, and kick a successful field goal. MVP's back. MVP is back alongside the almighty Bobby Lashley. As Lashley will come out to the Mysterios following postman Adam Pearce's talk with him in the ring a few seconds ago. Pittsburgh actually going to go for it here on 4th and short. Probably just going to try to draw him offside. No, they will snap it. Hand off Harris, and he gets the first down. Move the sticks. First down, Steelers. All right. 2 yards on 4th and 1. First down. Move it. We're going to move it on over as well to the second quarter at the end of 1. Pittsburgh with an early home lead. Up 7-0 over the Chicago Bears here early tonight at the end of the first quarter. Once again on Monday Night Football.
New brisket at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauce.
Okay, this match with one half the Mysterios, as on Saturday, for some unknown reason, I have no idea why in hell WWE did this, but they revealed the Survivor Series teams for Raw and SmackDown on social media. And while the Mysterios were technically already in it, now Dominic's going to have to fight his way in. It's like, well, why the hell did you even announce it then? You know, if you're going to do this. Makes no sense. But that's just one little thing that the WWE has done or is currently doing, or however you want to put it, that makes zero sense whatsoever. But I'll digress there. No, but it'll be Dom Mysterio and Bob Lashley in a singles match where the winner will advance to the Monday Night Raw team for Survivor Series. So, yeah. Raw, NXT, SmackDown. Got AEW Dynamite, AEW Rampage. Of course, Ring of Honor's taking some time off. Will they come back next spring or not? I don't know. We'll see. Only time will tell. Of course, New Japan Pro Wrestling. TNA Impact. It might get a little bit better if they can sign a few former WWE people over the next couple months or so. I look for AEW to sign a decent amount of these former WWE superstars as of late, coming up here shortly as well, with AEW Full Gear actually this upcoming Saturday. Keep an eye out for a recap video of that, as that should be released, of course, just for myself, streaming schedule-wise. College football on Saturday, NFL on Sunday, NFL next Monday as well. I probably won't get a chance to even sit down to record that until early next week sometime. So Tuesday, Wednesday, at the latest, I would think, a release for that to be published right here on the channel, so keep an eye out. But just be sure to subscribe. Of course, coaching carousel and college football in the NFL as well, along with bowl game and NFL playoff predictions to be uploaded right here on the channel in separate videos rather than an actual live stream as this is. So, plus all the live streams from now until the end of the season in college football, the NFL, and pro wrestling as well. So we're going to have offsetting penalties as we hit the end of the first quarter. Pittsburgh just picked up the first down on 4th and short. Penalties are going to offset. It'll be second down for Pittsburgh. Did somebody not tell the graphic people, the promotion people, that these people were just fired? Why are they still advertising that Keith Lee and Karrion Kross, among a few others, are still on Monday Night Raw when they just lost their job on Thursday? Like, it's the small little things. It's attention to the detail. They obviously don't care, though. Slant over the middle on 1st and goal, complete to Chase Claypool, down inside the 5 of the 4. Got a flag on the play, minute into the second quarter. And it'll be against the Bears defense. Should be an automatic first down, unless they decline it and take the pass. But it's goal to go. So we had 12 men on the field on the defense. Half the distance. They're going to replay first down. Okay, first and goal still. Yeah, like, come on, WWE. Like, what the hell? Especially after, but they've done this how many times now, so it's like nothing new, but it still just pisses you off. That, you know, still in the end, they're going to do what they want, so we got to live with it one another. You know, really and slant over the middle again on first and goal from the 5, incomplete, second down. The only way they're going to figure it out that we don't care anymore is if we quit showing up to these shows and quit watching. Until that happens, they're going to continue to do what they want because they're a business, and I get it. But, like, come on, what the hell? No. And now, for some reason... Okay, no, that's not going to happen. Back to it on Monday Night Football with a glitch. I have no idea why the hell that just happened. It did this to me yesterday, too. Okay. Najee Harris option. It was second and goal. Now it's third and goal. And after the turnover, Pittsburgh's trying to capitalize and put some points on the board. So an empty set, 5 wide from the 5. They're going to call timeout. Jesus Christ. All right. I get it. Still early. Of course, you want to make sure you have everything set. You want to... In a long story short, not fuck this up. I mean, good starting field position. You get a 4th down conversion. Close the quarter out on a high note. Couple penalties go your way as well. It's 3rd and goal now, though, from the 5. And they're still going to line up in an empty 5 wide set with Freiermuth in motion. Roethlisberger looking to throw. Looking Freiermuth's way. Pump fakes. Comes back to him and he finds him in the end zone. Touchdown. Steelers. The rookie tight end out of Penn State in number 88 as the crowd with a loud Muth chant as they'd always chant Heath for Heath Miller. Went from Heath Miller to Jesse James, who's now in Chicago with the Bears following a stint with the Lions, who Pittsburgh welcomes in next Sunday. Yeah. Freiermuth 88 in motion. Ben was looking his way. Had to work the pocket. Pump faked. Found him far side in the end zone for 6. Touchdown Steelers. I got a rushing touchdown from 10 yards out by Najee Harris and a 5-yard passing touchdown from Ben Roethlisberger to Pat Freiermuth for 6 as well. And the Steelers capitalize off of a Bear turnover. Interception from Dustin Fields to Cameron Hayward. And scored another touchdown. It is now 14-0 Pittsburgh on top of the Bears with 13:22 to play in this first half. Pittsburgh's looking pretty damn good right now. They are. I mean, you go back to week 1, defeating Buffalo, they had a slow start. And I know I remember saying in the Raiders and Bengals and Packers games on the 3-game losing streak, before now they've won 3 in a row with the bye week a couple weeks back now. So they'll be playing from here on out. And if they make the playoffs, they'll play till they lose, as it always is. They need fast starts. They're getting that tonight at home on Monday night. Yeah, hence, okay, yeah, they're playing the Bears, but games are not gimmies anymore. They're not, you know. Everybody still feels that way, that, okay, this team's going to win automatically, or this team's going to win like this or that, win by 50 or 100, however you want to say it. The game's not played on paper, it's not on the field. It's always been like that. And Pittsburgh defensively, I mean, that turnover helped out. They were able to capitalize and score a touchdown on offense. So, you know, it works itself out as they show off the Team Raw and Team SmackDown Survivor Series men's teams with Seth Rollins, Finn Balor, Kevin Owens, Rey Mysterio, and Bobby Lashley, along with Drew McIntyre, King Xavier Woods, Happy Baron Corbin, Sami Zayn, and Jeff Hardy. So, Survivor Series less than 2 weeks away, but they're still building on Raw and SmackDown from now until then, of course. MVP back alongside the almighty Bobby Lashley. That's a good thing for him as we'll move ahead as well into the future. There is Jimmy Smith, Byron Saxton, and Pittsburgh's own Corey Graves, who probably would be at the game tonight, but he works Monday Night Raw for the WWE, so they would have played yesterday. Maybe he'd be there, maybe not. I know he goes to a lot of Pirate and Penguin games. A true burger through and through. Living it up with Carmella. And the last time they were in Louisville over the summer, the night after, actually, they were in Pittsburgh for a house show back in July once they hit the road, returning to touring following COVID. She had a wardrobe malfunction. We'll see if anything happens along those lines, or and what the hell is this with fucking Chad Gable and Otis backstage, and now Seth Rollins walks up. Why doesn't Mr. Nickname put them in their place? And honestly, no offense, like, you never want to see anybody lose their job, but why weren't they fired? Like, you get rid of some of the most talented people on your roster, all because you don't know what the hell to do with them. Yet you do stupid shit like this. Like, give me a fucking break, Vince. Like, and we've known to an extent, you know, obviously, yeah, he's set in his ways, but he's, for the most part, the damn problem. He is. 2nd and 9 over the middle. It's incomplete. 3rd down. Nice big hit from Minkah Fitzpatrick coming up out of the secondary. And incompletion, 3rd down. I wonder if Rollins is keeping an eye on this game or not. Probably not. He probably knows they're going to lose. But he is a big Iowa and big Chicago Bear fan. And speaking of the Iowa Hawkeyes, here comes a former defender under Kirk Ferentz and the current WWE champion in Big E Langston. Big E cashed in, of course, his Money in the Bank about 2 months or so ago now on Bobby Lashley. And he's got a decent title run going. 4th and 9. Bears won a late hit out of bounds on the tackle, but the Steelers with another big hit by number 39, Minkah Fitzpatrick. The former Dolphin, who Pittsburgh traded for about 2 years ago now, during a Monday night. And he's made an impact on the Steeler defense ever since. He is, or has been, what the Steelers defense has needed ever since Troy Polamalu retired, especially in the back end of this Steeler defense. Decent return by Ray McLeod. Be 1st and 10, Pittsburgh when we return. Take a split screen commercial here. No, but it starts up front with Cameron Hayward, who has an interception. TJ Watt has a sack. And Minka now with a few big tackles, big hits. And they have a ton of depth, top to bottom. Offense, defense, special teams as well. So you play with the 53 you have on the active roster. And then you also have a practice squad. And if injuries occur, okay, so be it. You play next man up mentality. The standard is the standard. Pittsburgh Steelers better be playing Pittsburgh Steeler football, especially this time of year. November, December, into January, and make the playoffs. 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line. And a quick bubble complete to Claypool. Don't dance around and look behind you when there's nobody there to figure out, okay, if I'm going to run this way or that way, turn and run. Move ahead north and south, not east and west.
New running back, new tight end. What's not new? These receivers and Ben Roethlisberger. You got 4 receivers that all were drafted in the 2nd round. Obviously, Juju Smith-Schuster.
So 2nd and 10 for these Steelers. We will have, of course, first half stats and scores coming up halftime. Take a look around the rest of the NFL from this week. Preview next week as well. Najee Harris on a 8-yard run, but this play will probably be coming back for a hold. Got a penalty flag. Probably 10 yards. If I'd have to guess on 53, Kendrick Green. Holding actually on Kevin Dotson, the left guard, so one spot over to the left up front. But Kendrick Green's, for the most part, been the offensive lineman that's had the most penalties called against him this year, hence why I just said that. But penalties and turnovers kill you. Had a nice 8-yard run. Now you're going to replay the down, 2nd and 18. Probably still run it from the 9. Maybe take a deep shot. James Washington in motion. They'll hand off Harris. And now you got yourself a, 3rd and long, but it's doable. It's a little bit better to work with than the 2nd and 18 just was. But yeah, it's just, I get, okay, there's a hold on every play. It's just a matter of fact if they call it or not. But unless they pick it up, it's going to be enforced against you. So 4 yards on the run officially, 3rd and 14. Ben going to air it out here over the middle probably. Now I'm going to have an empty set 5 wide as Harris motions into the slot, top of your screen. Ben looking to throw, going to dump it off in the flat on the tight end screen near side to Pat Fryermuth, who they're getting involved early and often here tonight. He gets to the 20, but he'll be short of the line to gain, 4th down, and here comes Presley Harvin once again to booming away on a punt. So can't do anything with that drive, but they're up 2 scores. They're up 14. So, I mean, there's not really much, honestly. I mean, there is, but there's not. You could ask for it right then and there. There's still time here in this first half. 9-18 and counting. And a bad punt. It's going to go out of bounds somewhere. We'll see where they spot it at. But, of course, you still got your 2 timeouts and 2-minute warning. You're up 2 touchdowns. You're up 2 scores at 14-0. Rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown. Now you just need a defensive touchdown and a special teams touchdown to cap it off with a field goal on top of it to have one of everything tonight. But the defense has played well. The defense is continuing to play well. Go back to that 3-game losing streak. I said I don't know how many times. And I'm currently saying it now as well for Penn State, as they were on a 3-game skid as well up until Saturday night, defeating Maryland. And Mike Tomlin's son, Dino, and the Terps on the road in College Park in a Big Ten East battle, as Penn State is now bowl eligible at 6-3. But, 3-game losing streak for both, and then they win their next, and the Steelers have won 3 straight. Maybe Penn State can do the same to close out the year. We'll see. But defensively, playing their hearts out, busting their ass, and back to then they had nothing to show for it on offense. Now Pittsburgh here, 3-game losing streak. Well, they're on a 3-game winning streak. And they sort of luck out schedule-wise tonight and next week, to be honest with you, with the Bears and Lions, the 2 NFC North teams that are coming to Pittsburgh this year. As Pittsburgh already went to Green Bay, they'll go to Minnesota on a Thursday night. Actually, about a month from now, on December the 9th, about 2 weeks before Christmas. As this game tonight against Chicago is the start of the second 2-game homestand of the season, or excuse me, third 2-game homestand this year. And they're 2-2 in those 4 games. 0-2 to start it off, losing to the Raiders and Bengals, but then 2-0, defeating the Broncos and Seahawks in overtime before the bye week, and then returning last week and defeating the Browns from Cleveland. Bears tonight, Lions next week at home, and then a 2-game road trip, and then it's home away to close out the year before the playoffs begin. So, yeah, like I said, they sort of luck out. Bad punt, but schedule-wise, they luck out tonight, luck out next week. It seems like, Lions are winless. They should have a few wins, like I said. And we'll talk more about the opponent as that's the biggest play of the afternoon here tonight for Chicago on offense. Nice rollout by Justin Fields, and nice catch by 85, Cole Kmet, one of the 2 tight ends the Bears have. The other, of course, being Jesse James, a former Steeler. Handoff, and Khalil Herbert for 2, 2nd down and 8. But, we'll take a look ahead to the Lions and everybody else on the schedule when those games arrive. 1 play, 1 drive, 1 game at a time. Worry about tonight. You're up 14. You don't want to blow this, especially at home, especially against the Bears on a Monday night in prime time in front of the whole country, in front of the whole world. So, yeah, they give up a big play there. Maybe the Bears can capitalize off of the bad punt, get a good drive going here before halftime, and then it turns into something in the second half. In the meantime, T.J. Watt takes down Justin Fields on a sack back of the 42, and he lost about close up to, I'd say, 20 yards on that tackle. See officially where they roll him down, because they might have gave him forward progress. Watt off the edge, untouched, and boom. T.J. Watt. And he brought him down by his fucking foot. T.J. Watt, that's sack number dose this evening. 3rd and 18 officially, so only a loss of, 10 because they got 2 on the previous play. Just felt like it was way more than it was. Okay, Justin Fields somehow got that ball off, and the throw's complete. Number 17, Jakeem Grant, got a late whistle, maybe a penalty flag. Yes, there is a flag on the play. It'll be 4th down. And if it's against Chicago, decline it. It's 4th down, make him kick a kick. And, no. Enforce it. Be 3rd and a mile. Be 3rd and 23. Because, you did just give up almost 15 yards on that. So, yeah, you could decline it and make them kick the field goal. But, yeah, accept it. That's a good decision. Back him up to the 40. Maybe bring some more pressure on him. Get him out of field goal range with a big stop. Make him punt, and then it works itself out. And, for the most part, feels deep down the middle. A little too much. Incomplete. 4th down. And now they will punt. So you get out of the jam. Like I said, it works itself out. You get out of the... Not mess that you're in on defense. You just get another stop. I mean, Chicago is not looking good whatsoever, though, right now. They're not. I mean, okay, Steelers have a bad punt. Chicago with a big pass play. And then a sack. A punt. Or a penalty, now a punt. So, 4th down. And a fair catch at the 10 by Pittsburgh. Don't tell me they're going to put Otis up against Big E. What the fuck? Back to Kevin Owens backstage. We'll see how much longer he has. Whether it's 3 months or 3 years, he's just going to keep fighting. So... They pan, and he's talking to R-Truth. First we've seen him in a little bit. I'm sure this will be a segment with the 24/7 championship. And then they'll probably go to break with Kevin Owens just like shaking his head like, what the hell? Oh, he's actually already doing that before the chase is on. Yeah, he actually just walks off.
Car insurance here, but
R-Truth. He's another character that it's like, I mean, I understand why he's still there, but it's like, how the hell?
She's a diva.
Tonight on Raw, our main event of the evening, it'll be Mr. Nickname, as I like to call him, and Seth frickin' Rollins, and the prize fighter himself, KO Kevin Owens. And now, as we saw in an NXT commercial earlier, here's a SmackDown preview. As I believe this week on SmackDown, so we're on Friday, they will have Roman Reigns and Xavier Woods, who's now King Woods. Should have been Finn Balor, but I'll digress. In a match, now I don't know whether or not it's going to be for the championship or not. I did see, though, there's going to be some type of stipulation. I don't know what one, though. If I'd have to guess, probably the Usos and Kofi Kingston along with Big E are going to be barred from ringside. It's all for the build to Survivor Series, though, because it's going to be Reigns against Big E. It's going to be the Bloodline taking on the New Day. So, most starts by a quarterback at a single venue. Big Ben Roethlisberger tonight at home here at Heinz Field on Monday Night Football taking on the Chicago Bears. Just surpassed Brett Favre at 119 to 120 for most starts at a single venue. Of course, the home stadium for the Steelers, Heinz Field. Favre, of course, played for the Packers at Lambeau. Now it's Rodgers with the Pack. And then you also have Brady ahead of him, but he's no longer with the Pats in Foxborough at Gillette Stadium. So Roethlisberger very well at some point in time could surpass that. He is in his 18th season. It very well could be his last. Hopefully not, though. Knock on wood. But Lisa Salters, the former Penn State Lady Lion herself on the Lady Lions women's basketball team, with a report on the Steeler offense with index cards. On first down, a pass over the middle was complete to, I believe, 44, Derek Watt, as it's been a fullback weekend. And then a pass near side. It'll be 3rd and 2 with 5:50 and counting to play in this first half. Steelers up 14-0 at home against the Chicago Bears. More motion. Complete near side, but Kevin Rader, nowhere for him to go. It'll be 4th down, and Pittsburgh's going to have to punt again. So, I mean, those were a few sweet motions, and they're going to continue to do it seems like, tonight. But eventually, if you continue to run, not necessarily the same play for play, but if you don't find a running game and keep the defense on their heels, this Bear defense is eventually going to stop you. Now, back to back, they have. Another punt. They're going to say, okay, it's downed, whether he touched it or not. We'll see if Mike Tomlin wants to challenge it. That's a fumble. That is a fumble. Because they never rolled it dead until he touched it, and then they come swarming in. Throw that challenge flag, Mike Tomlin. You're standing there right by the ref. No, he's going to let it go. He probably knows he's probably not going to win it. Even with 4:44 to play in this first half and 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning, you don't want to lose a timeout. The punt, the Steelers literally surrounded them. And then they got him to walk backwards a little bit. He touched it. The Steelers picked it up. But he was standing sort of on the sideline. Well, they pushed him into that. Yeah, no, that's not a fumble. That's Chicago football, 1st and 10. And they get 8 yards, 2nd and 2. Okay. Pittsburgh try to pull a fast one on the Zebras here tonight, but not going to work. 1 yard run, 3rd and 1. Got an injured Steeler defender. It is number 96, Isaiah Buggs. Pittsburgh's been banged up. I mean, Juju's done for the year. Tyson Lulu went down earlier on in the season as well. He's now done. They're talking about him. Wormley stepped up. Buggs as well. I mean, it's still Cameron Hayward up front, T.J. Watt coming off the edge. And at linebacker, I mean, hell, Devin Bush, haven't even said his name, or Alex Highsmith, or even Robert Spillane, or Joe Schobert tonight. They traded Melvin Ingram. He's no longer with the Steelers. He's with the Chiefs. They do need to get Stephon Tuitt back. At least Boswell's back at kicker tonight, following his concussion. And then on the back end, hell, Joe Hayden, Cameron Sutton. I mean, Minka's playing well, has a few big stops, but as good as Pittsburgh's playing, as the Bears are going to, on 3rd and 1, be marked just short, it looks like. Yeah, 4th and inches. As good as the Steeler defense is playing, it's only really a couple players making plays. It's not, and it's still okay, gang tackle there, a team game. There's no I in team. It's a team sport. Chicago going to go for it on 4th and inches. They get Pittsburgh to jump offside. Jesus fucking Christ. 5 yards, automatic 1st down, and Chicago going to keep it. 2:57, 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning, down 14. Chicago's going to try to get something going here before halftime. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
What's the next step? What are we going to see the next thing out of Justin Fields to show the improvement? And he said the hard count worked a week ago. Maybe you can do that again this week. Big play, huge play, 4th down. saw Mooney sell the fake handoff, too. First set downs for Chicago.
First and 10 Bears. Pittsburgh with some more pressure. And Fields going to tuck it and run. 6, maybe 7 on the run before he gets pushed out of bounds by number 20, Cameron Sutton. They air a WrestleMania preview for the 2-night spectacle next April in the Lone Star State of Dallas, Texas, for WrestleMania 38 following Super Bowl 56 this upcoming February. Hopefully the Steelers will be there. We'll see. 2nd and 4, 2-yard run by David Montgomery. 3rd and 2 at the 2-minute warning. Pull up some stats before we really dive into it at halftime. Recapping this first half with some stats and scores. Also this past weekend in college football in the NFL, along with previewing next week as well, so stay tuned. Currently at the 2-minute mark in this first half with a 14-0 Pittsburgh Steelers lead over the Chicago Bears on Monday Night Football. Big Ben Roethlisberger, along with Justin Fields, as the Steelers have 1 rushing and 1 passing touchdown apiece. Of course, Fields with an interception, no point to show for it up on the scoreboard. Roethlisberger is 9-13 for 63 yards passing and a touchdown. That to Pat Freiermuth, who has 3 catches for 20 yards and a score. Justin Fields, 3 for 7, 34 yards passing. Has been intercepted once, along with sacked twice, both by number 90, T.J. Watt, who signed an extension just prior to the start of the regular season. As mentioned, the Steelers with 1 passing and rushing touchdown. Najee Harris, 11 carries, 38 yards rushing and a touchdown. James Washington also has a carry for 12 yards. Benny Snell, 1 for 5. Chicago on the flip side, a little bit more balanced, but they're getting some help, of course, from their starting quarterback and number 1, the rookie out of Georgia and Ohio State, respectively, in Justin Fields, who was also selected number 11 overall in his respective draft class, as Roethlisberger was as well, 17 years prior, back in 2004. Now here we are in 2021, Monday Night Football, Bears, Steelers, Monday Night Football. Be sure to go check out my NFL Draft and NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame vlog, as I had the honor to attend both this past spring. Video on the channel. Be sure to go check it out. As mentioned, as Najee Harris has 11 carries, 38 yards rushing and a touchdown. David Montgomery has 7 carries for 31 yards rushing. Fields, 4 for 28. Khalil Herbert, 3 for 11. And then we'll get into the tail end of it with receiving, of course, team stats as well, with only 1 turnover, and it's an interception right now by Justin Fields to Cam Hayward, who just jumped off sides to keep the drive alive on 4th and short by Chicago. Now they got a 3rd and 2 again, and right there at the marker, should have enough for a first down. Coming out of the 2-minute mark. They got 2 timeouts, see if they can... Okay, actually, they're going to bring Chang out for measurement. He should have enough for a first down, though. It should be first down Chicago, but see if they can drive and score some points. Hope to God they don't. Of course, Pittsburgh will receive the second half kick, as they deferred their option of the second half and kicked off to begin the game. So, Chicago went 3 and out on their first 2 drives. Pittsburgh drove and scored again. Hence why we sit at 14-0. Bring Chang out as first down. They measure first down Bears. 1:45 to play in this first half. 2 timeouts still for both teams. Pittsburgh leads by 14 now. But T.J. Watt maybe get an interception by Hayden or Sutton I mean, Minka's played well, a few big stops, but an empty set 5 wide here for the Bears from the 40. Fields down the middle, and it's going to be caught. And that is number 85, Cole Kmet, the go-to favorite target for Justin Fields this evening, it seems like. Now, Deontay Johnson's had a quiet night for Pittsburgh on offense. Chase Claypool the same. 2nd and 2, Fields down the middle, wide open at the 10. Complete to Cole Kmet once again, and then a nice tackle by Minkah Fitzpatrick. Surprised they didn't throw a penalty on that for a potential late hit, or even a helmet-to-helmet with a targeting, and forced half the distance then at that point. Pittsburgh, in the meantime, going to call a timeout. So they'll have one left, a couple big plays back-to-back. Chicago's now got a 1st and goal at the 10. There wasn't any helmet-to-helmet on that, but just a big shot to the back from Minkah Fitzpatrick to 85, Cole Kmet. As that's a clean hit, it is. I mean, anymore, though, just knowing these officials, because of safety, like, it's not 1975 anymore, it's 2021, and that's just how much the game has changed. Whether for the good or the bad, I don't know. I mean, when you sign up to play football, you're never going to get hit, so live with it. 1st and goal from the 10 for the Bears. 57 seconds to play in this first half. They're looking to score their first points of the night. Handoff to David Montgomery. 3 yards for him to the 7-yard line, 2nd down. Clock's rolling. There's about a 13-second differential between the game clock and the play clock. They got 2 timeouts remaining following their one early in the game. Pittsburgh, of course, just called one. They have 1 remaining, but they're not going to get the ball back to begin the they're not going to get the ball back here at all to close out the first half anyway. They'll get it to begin the second half, yeah. In the meantime, the Bears call a timeout, so they'll have 1 remaining now, too. So both teams with 28 seconds and now about a 3-second differential between the game clock and the play clock. We'll have 1 timeout remaining. Yeah, potentially there has been. I have to agree with that, yeah. You know, Fields, like I said at the start, you know, he's going to make some plays. He's going to, I would think, play well to a point, you know, but then it circles back around, okay, to, you know, he's on the road, primetime Monday Night Football, you know, Steeler defense, of course, in front of him. 14-0 Pittsburgh. I didn't expect 14-0 right now by any means. Maybe, you know, 10-0. I mean, I'll take it. You know, that's just a 4-point differential. But, I mean, they're up. They're not necessarily pulling away just yet. 2nd goal, Fields, back shoulder, far side. It's going to be incomplete. Intended for number 80, Jimmy Graham, who is still playing, has bounced around the past few years. Of course, the longtime Saint. He's played with the Seahawks and Packers, now in Chi-Town. And he had it and dropped it as he went down, incomplete, 3rd and goal. So, yeah, Chicago looking to score their first points here. But after the incompletion, 3rd and goal, got a whistle. There's a penalty flag. He's still playing. And it's thrown incomplete near side. Take the down. That's an incompletion. I don't know how the hell you don't hear that. They're blowing all the damn whistles that have been invented in the world, for God's sakes. Like, is he deaf? Yeah, it's a false start, and they got the penalty. Chicago lucks out. They get the false start following the incompletion. Drake Maverick just re-won the 24/7 championship over Reggie on Raw. And now here we go. Kira Tozawa, 1, 2, 3. Jesus Christ. And incomplete, far side, back of the end zone on a fade, incomplete, 10 for number 80. Jimmy Graham again. 4th and goal, and the Bears are going to have to settle for 3.
That's a series where I understand throwing the back shoulder for Jimmy Graham, and Jimmy Graham needs to make that play. It was a great play from Joe Hayden.
Their kicker,
Play's over. I'm not going back to Jimmy Graham. I'm sorry.
number 2,
Two fades
Cairo Santos.
because Jimmy Graham missed his opportunity.
No more Robbie Gould.
Santos,
He's in San Fran following a year stint with the Giants. Somehow Byron Saxton just won the fucking 24/7 title. And then Drake Maverick wins it, and then Reggie wins it back from him. And then he does a flip, and Reggie's going to run away with the title.
15 ticks remaining.
What the hell? You did all that for that? You don't have anything else better to do? What the fuck? I'm turning this shit off. I'm turning Raw off. I'm sorry. Fuck it. Just absolutely pathetic. I'll turn it back on, though, I don't know, about an hour or so from now. Because the main event of the evening will be Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens, which should be a damn good match. So, yeah, just what the fuck. And they wonder why nobody watches anymore. In the meantime, that field goal by Chicago is up and good. So now 14-3, 15 seconds. Pittsburgh still has a timeout. Going to have a touchback on the kick. 1st and 10, 15 seconds of timeout from the 25-yard line. We'll see if they do anything or not. Probably not. They'll probably just take a knee. But the Steelers will also get the ball to begin the second half. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. I mean, that arguably, no doubt, because Chicago scored points on it, was their best drive of the night. They probably should have had a touchdown, though, rather than a field goal, to be honest with you. Yeah, Pittsburgh just take a knee, okay. Halftime, 14-3 Steelers. Here on top of the Bears on Monday Night Football, your first half stats and scores. Justin Fields, as mentioned, 11 attempts on 5 completions. He's 5 of 11 for 63 yards passing. 1 interception to Cameron Hayward, has been sacked twice, whereas Ben Roethlisberger is good for 9 of 13 still, just as he was last time I went over this at 2-minute warning. 63 yards passing as well. A touchdown to Pat Freiermuth. He's been sacked once as well. 11-point lead for the Steelers at halftime. Most definitely going to have to keep pounding the rock in the second half. Rock the Naj with Najee Harris. Balance. Please and thank you. Run the damn ball. Run to pass, pass to run. Yeah. Run the ball with 22. Okay. Same news from Adam Schefter as it was pregame. Yet they're going to continue to tell us. Of course, that's probably for anybody who started watching the start of the game. And if you don't get notifications or if you just don't know, this is why they're telling you again. No, but the trade deadline was last week in the NFL. Of course, this past week was very wild, to say the least, in the world of sports. I mean, it was a lot of NFL injuries last Monday. It was a lot of transactions early last week as well, up to the trade deadline. You know, since then, of course, a few more players have since been released. But for the most part, you know, Pittsburgh, as always, they never do anything. They traded Melvin Ingram because he wanted out. And as Mike Tomlin, you know, had said a week after, of course, saying never, say never, but never, and there's not a booster with a big enough blank check to make me take the USC job, that, it's better to let go rather than be held hostage. And they traded Melvin Ingram to the Kansas City Chiefs. And like I said, he had a tackle yesterday against the Packers. They lose a spot at backer, but they still have TJ Watt. They still have Devin Bush. They still have Joe Schobert. They still have Alex Highsmith. They still have Robert Spillane. I'm not worried. Okay? Like I said earlier, I'd like to have Stephon Tuitt back at some point in time shortly, up front with Cameron Hayward. Back end on defense, it's Joe Hayden, Cameron Sutton, and Minka Fitzpatrick for the most part. James Pierre and Arthur Millette have played well. Terrell Edmonds still back there. Miles Killebrew making stops on special teams. Akello Weatherspoon, who they traded for back in the preseason, he's out once again tonight. It seems to me he's been inactive for the most part every single game this year. And when he isn't and has been in there, he's been giving up big plays. So that hasn't necessarily worked out, to say the least. And, on offense tonight, they're out without Eric Ebron, but Freiermuth is playing well. He has 3 catches for 20 yards and a touchdown. And he's been targeted a few more times, but Chicago's played, for the most part, to say the least as well, pretty good on defense. So you got to give credit where credit's due. Deontay Johnson does have 2 catches for 13 yards, and Claypool also has 2 catches for 26 yards, but very quiet nights, to say the least, for number 18 and 11, respectively, as they've had to step up the past month since Juju Smith-Schuster, of course, went down with the season-ending injury. James Washington got in on it early in the running game action and end around and got a first down run that eventually set up Najee Harris for a 10-yard rushing touchdown. And then, Pittsburgh struck again with another touchdown on that passing touchdown from Roethlisberger to Freiermuth for 6, 14-0 lead, and the Bears cut it to 11 with a field goal just prior to halftime here. And now some highlights with Boomer, Chris Berman, here at halftime. But, 14-3 is your halftime score, with the Pittsburgh Steelers leading the Chicago Bears. Pittsburgh going to have to run the ball a little bit more and efficiently better in the second half if they're going to want to hold on to win this game. I said earlier, okay, you go back to their 3-game losing streak after they started slow week 1 but found a way to win at Buffalo. Special teams helped out then. Really been non-existent since, at least in the return game, or just making a big play. Of course, that was a block punt return for a touchdown. But start fast. They had that tonight. Hell, 14 points total here at halftime. They scored 15 total in general in the 5-point win last week against the Browns. As that game was whack, to say the least, as well. But, what do you expect in the AFC North with 2 blue-collar, smash-mouth football teams squaring off on the gridiron? So, no. Start fast, but you can't just get out to a lead and hold on to it. They have to continue to build, chip away at it, run the ball, open up play action, continue to play good defense. That's there. Rely on your special teams when needed. Like I said, we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will, but run the damn ball, please and thank you. They know that as much as we do, they have to be able to run the football, especially this time of year as the season progresses as well. Hell, last year they started 11-0 with no running game and then lost 5 of 6 because they couldn't run the football. They draft Harris in the first round this past year in the draft. 1-0, 1-3, 3-game winning streak, sitting at 4-3, get out to an early 14-0 lead here on Monday night against the Bears. Give them a late field goal, okay, but they'll get the ball to begin the second half. So they'll probably punt, to be honest with you, to begin the second half. I can already see that coming. But we'll learn a lot about this Steelers squad tonight in the second half on how they're going to play from now until the end of the game. Very early in the third quarter, mark my words. So, don't let it play it out. one thing at a time, and then we'll go from there. But your rushing stats for both teams now, as mentioned, your passing stats there a second ago with Justin Fields 5-11 for 63 yards passing and an interception. Ben Roethlisberger's 9-13 for 63 yards passing as well with a touchdown. David Montgomery has 9 carries for 36 yards rushing. Justin Fields 4 for 28 on the ground, and Khalil Herbert 3 of 11. James Washington, along with Benny Snell, they have a carry apiece for a total of 17 yards between the two of them. But it's Rock the Naj, Najee Harris, double deuce, number 22 in the backfield, with 12 carries, 39 yards rushing, and the first touchdown of the two here tonight for the black and gold as they lead at halftime 14-3 over the Bears on Monday Night Football. Chicago receiving, Montgomery has a catch for 6 yards out of the backfield. But like I said, Justin Fields, his go-to favorite target tonight is Cole Kmet. He has 3 catches for 54 yards receiving. Allen Robinson has a catch as well for 3 yards. They're going to need more work from their starting receivers, and it starts with him. But run the football. They're able to do that, it seems like, along with Fields, tucking and running. Keep it simple. Play fundamentally sound football. Check it down if you have to. Go to your tight end. I mean, the passes to Cole Kmet, though, they've been deep down the middle of the field. He's also targeted Jimmy Graham here. No Jesse James by any means, but they have a decent 3 tight end set, just as Pittsburgh does as well. But tonight, without Eric Ebron, you go from 2, rather than 1, 2, 3, you go from 2, 3 to 4. With Pat Freiermuth leading the way. But Zach Gentry and Kevin Rader have been involved tonight here early on as well. But it's been, Pat Freiermuth getting the targets from Ben. I mean, it's, for the most part, pretty evenly paced. It's Ben's getting his weapons of football. He is. A couple catches here, a couple catches there for so and so. So, Pittsburgh, same time. Keep it simple, run the ball, play action, play good defense, and just hold on to this win, score some more points. Start pulling away in this third quarter. Get into the fourth, and, let's pick up another W and win 4 in a row and get to, as they sit at 4-3 right now, 5-3 before probably defeating the Lions next Sunday afternoon as well. And like I said, 6-3 going in the Chargers right before Thanksgiving on the road on a Sunday night. I'll take it the way they've started. So we'll see what happens. But Chase Claypool has 2 catches for 26 yards. Freiermuth 3 for 20 in a score. Deontay Johnson 2 for 13. Yeah, Derek Watt has a catch for 3 yards, and Kevin Rader 1 for 1. But back to, as I said earlier, keep an eye out for special teams in the return game here tonight for Pittsburgh. It's been quiet for the most part all season long. When's it going to strike? I have no idea. I'm hoping tonight. Hell, I've been hoping every fucking week. But until it happens, I'm going to keep saying it. So, I really haven't said it as much as I've said it tonight. I just feel tonight, because once again, it's always along the lines of when nobody's talking about it, that's probably exactly when it's going to happen. So, yeah, special teams in the return game for the Pittsburgh Steelers, whether that's a punt or a kickoff return, they'll also get the ball to begin the second half as well, so keep that in mind. But maybe Ray McLeod takes one deep to begin the second half, and Pittsburgh then really hammers it home and doesn't look back in this second half. But still, one thing at a time, so we'll get there when we get there. The interception was to Cameron Hayward. T.J. Watt has 2 sacks on Fields as well. Field goal there by Cairo Santos to end the first half. But other than that, not a whole lot of has happened tonight. Or not whole hell of a lot has happened, I should say, tonight on Monday Night Football with the Bears and Steelers as we're about to begin the second half. And coming up during the first commercial break of the second half, we will recap both college football and the NFL from this past weekend and preview next week as well later on in the game. We will also take a look at the NFL standings as we are halfway through this regular season. The playoffs will begin in 2 months' time. Super Bowl is 3 months away. End of the off season, hell, next year is going to be here before we know it. So, for the time being, third quarter about to begin in the second half with the Pittsburgh Steelers up 14-3 on the Chicago Bears. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Bears, hashtag Steelers, hashtag CHI for Chicago versus PIT for Pittsburgh. Always greatly appreciated. And chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. From the 10 on the return, Ray McLeod breaks a tackle to 25 out to the 30. First and 10 Steelers. From there, as Pittsburgh, as mentioned at the start, is searching for their first win against these Bears since 2005. Of course, that was Ben Roethlisberger's second season in the league on the road to Super Bowl 40. 18th season, 3-5 Chicago on the road here tonight, taking on the 4-3 Steelers, 14-3 as we begin the third quarter of play. First and 10 from the 30, but yeah, these two teams only play once every 4 years unless they meet in the Super Bowl, which they never have. But no, yeah, the Steelers won in 05, lost in 09, 13, and in 17, and still got to talk about that 17 game for what happened pregame. Of course, that was 4 years ago now, hard to believe. And that's not a good sign. Flag on the play. Ben Roethlisberger a little slow to get up. He's on his knees, holding his right thigh. He is, okay, they're going to call roughing the passer. 15 yards, automatic first down. But he's banged up as it is. You know, he's got a shoulder, rib, hip, knee injury. Why not, throw in a thigh? I heard Buffalo Wild Wings is doing thighs, so a late hit, and he just landed awkwardly, it looked like, on his right side, a little slow to get up. Never a good sign, though, especially for as long as he's been playing and as old as he is at quarterback for Pittsburgh. Yeah, penalties killing Chicago right now compared to Pittsburgh. Of course, the Steelers here have to sit Ben, which they might if they get out to a big lead in the second half. And, of course, backups come on in to get some reps. Dwayne Haskins is out. Josh Dobbs is out, so it would be Mason Rudolph. And neither of those three are the answer for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're not the potential future for the black and gold once Big Ben does in fact decide to hang it up, whenever that might be. But we'll discuss that topic when the time rolls around. 2nd and 6. And a pass complete out of the backfield on the screen to Harris. Going to break a few tackles. Get to about a third down and doable. 3rd and 3 on a 3-yard pickup on a screen to 22 from 7. So 3rd and short, 3rd and 3 here. Ben will be fine. He's taken hits after hit his whole entire career, and yet he's still playing. But everybody in the meantime, once again, going to continue to count him out, but he's going to prove everybody wrong. Hopefully, they'll score a touchdown on this drive as well, but we'll see. 3rd down and 3 from the 48. Fryermuth in motion, trips in a bunch near side, right to left across your television screen, ready on audio dial to begin the third quarter. Pump fake by Ben, and then an incomplete pass to 13 James Washington, who was the Blitnikoff Award winner at Oklahoma State, with his starting quarterback in Stillwater, and the Steelers backup number 2, Mason Rudolph, but they've never been able to connect, it seems like, here in the NFL, whether they've played together or not. Once again, like I've said, Washington, he's reliable, but he's not. I mean, that's just good coverage there by Chicago, but Ben's got to make a better pass on that play than what he just did anyway. But they sort of mixed it up. They got the penalty, but they can't do anything. And as mentioned, hey, what do you know? They do punt to begin the second half. But Presley Harvin with a nice punt. He downs the Bears at the 5-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10, Fields and company from there. So we'll see if he can stream them on downfield, and maybe these Bears will catch a fish in the end zone for 6. But currently 14-3, Pittsburgh on top of Chicago. And now, before, of course, we recap this past weekend in college football in the NFL. Yeah, pregame when these two teams last met, September of 17. That was when the current, still ongoing, however you want to put it, movement that's not necessarily affecting, but changing on how we see things, how the world spins, yet life will go on one way or another. It's all about perspective. It is. But in the end, that was when the Colin Kaepernick shit started with taking a knee. And the Steelers got shit on. They ended up losing the game. Remember, there was, during the game at least, talk about special teams, a blocked field goal return for a touchdown in Pittsburgh's favor, if I'm not mistaken. And that was right before halftime. So as we begin the second half tonight and the next matchup in the series that Chicago owns, winning 3 in a row. But it's, you even go further on back than that. 3 is the most any team's ever won in this series. It's 3-game winning streak for Pittsburgh or Chicago, and then it's 3 for the next. Because you go back 6 matchups, so it's Pittsburgh for 3, Chicago's on a 3-game, and Pittsburgh, of course, here on a 3-game winning streak as well, entering tonight, but trying to snap series-wise against Bears, with Tomlin, as they show the graphic, being the 3rd only ever Steeler head coach since the late 1960s, following Chuck Noll and Bill Cowher, and all 3 have won Lombardi trophies, 6 total for the black and gold, as they were the first franchise in NFL history to do that. But yeah, 0-3 record versus the Bears is Mike Tomlin. They've lost 3 in a row, 09, 13, and 17. But remember, the Steelers stayed back, not in the locker room. They were in the tunnel, but they weren't out on the field. But for the national anthem, depending on the venue, some teams come out for the anthem, some don't. But Alejandro Villanueva, who is now on the Ravens, who is as Rocky Bleier was pre-gaming, getting the crowd pumped up, Vietnam vet, thank you. He was an Army Ranger, and as I've been taught, and hopefully everybody else as well, now we have this cancel culture shit. Everybody wanted to change this, that, and anything and everything in between. You don't take a knee. You stand up hand over heart, salute. Veterans Day is Thursday. Once again, thank you to anybody who has served or is currently serving for your service, whether that's in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, or even the Coast Guard. Thank you. So I'll say that now, of course, because I know I'm not going to be able to get another chance to say it by the end of the night or by the time Veterans Day rolls around on Thursday, because I'm not going to have another live stream until Saturday. So, yeah. That was that game. Pittsburgh and Chicago at Soldier Field. And Soldier Field, you know, if the Bears are going to move outside of town, one of the most historic stadiums in NFL history will no longer be used. That's like Soldier Field, Lambeau Field, you know, Arrowhead of what it's become. You know, Cowboy Stadium, okay, they built a new one. But, and Three Rivers turns into Heinz Field. Look at all the cars in the parking lot. Right outside, well, that's where that used to stand. PNC Park was built. Field's going to go deep, has a man wide open to the 20-yard line, and then Minka Fitzpatrick brings him down to 15. Goodwin, the ball came loose late, rolled out of bounds. It should be a catch and a fumble out of bounds. It will still be a 1st and 10 for the Bears inside the red zone, knocking on the door, trying to cut this lead to 4 here mid-third quarter. And now we're going to have a challenge by Mike Tomlin. Well, it could be incomplete because the ball did come out there, I guess, when he still was. Did he have possession? That's not a catch. That's incomplete. He caught it. You have to have control and possession as you go down. The thing is, the rolling on the field is a completion. So they have to find undisputed evidence to overturn it. Will they have it? I don't know. We'll see. They're going to look at it. Current Pittsburgh Steelers challenge here midway through the third quarter on a decent Bear drive as they're trying to bear down the field and cut this lead and get back into it here in the second half. But only time will tell. But a Steeler challenge in the meantime. But no, yeah, that was that game. That, you know, Villanueva really was the only one who was at least shown, because it's, once again, all about perspective. And anymore, everybody always believes what they're told or what they see online. You know, unless you were there, unless you saw it, you know, like, no, that's not the case. Like, some fucking people, I tell you what, goddamn stupider than a box of rocks. But I'll digress on that topic. So, but no, that was that game. And meeting, of course, for the first time since then tonight. And the Lions, the first time since the 17th season as well. Pittsburgh will face them next Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. They actually went to Detroit on a Sunday night that season as well, back in 2017, late October, if I'm mistaken. And that was around the time that Juju Smith-Schuster's bike was stolen. And he had a touchdown celebration that he decided to chain up the bike on the sideline, the exercise bike. Of course, making a joke out of it since his bicycle was stolen a few days prior. In Pittsburgh. Okay, this is going to get overturned because the Zebras are writing down on a note card where the ball's going to be spotted, how much time's going to be left, etc. It was a pass. It was complete on the field. They have to find undisputed evidence to overturn it. They obviously have it. He caught it. The ball was loose the whole entire way. He never controlled it. He never possessed it as he went down. The ball jarred loose at the end of it anyway. That's incomplete. That's a nice big hit by Minka Fitzpatrick on the tackle as well. He's had a hell of a night. This is going to get overturned if I have to guess. Oh, actually, it's going to stand as called. Then what the fuck were you writing down? Did some college chick give her give you her number during the break, during the challenge, and you're going to go meet up with Urban Meyer after this game? Like, what the hell? You going to become her sugar daddy or what? I mean, it is the holiday season. Time for cheer, but I'll digress once again. First and 10 from the 14. Over the middle, complete to guess who? Cole Kmet. The favorite target tonight for Justin Fields, as Fields is marching these Bears downfield. They're looking to make some noise and get back in this game. Handoff, Montgomery, and David Montgomery's going to be brought down at the 1 yard line, 2nd and goal. 9:49 and counting to play in this third quarter. Pittsburgh with a 14-3 lead over the Bears, with the Bears with a 2nd goal now at the 1. Pittsburgh went 3 and out of their opening drive this second half as they received. Chicago driving. A good 95-yard drive. Once it's all said and done, if they can hit pay dirt for 6. They're going to go to Jesse James in the flat, top of your screen. Now, Fields, back corner, near side, nice catch by, well, they do go to a tight end. It's number 80, Jimmy Graham. We got a flag on the play, though. It's been a tight end night for Chicago. Cole Kmet, Jimmy Graham. Thought maybe they'd go Jesse James there, former Steeler, of course, scoring a touchdown as he did against the Patriots, but they said no, but it was a touchdown. Believe me, it was a touchdown. But a flag, and it's going to cost Chicago. A touchdown going to come off the board, and they're going to replay the down. It'll be 2nd and goal. Nice play by Justin Fields. And it's a touchdown, but a penalty cost him. So now 2nd and goal, back of the 16-yard line. Empty set, 5 wide. Fields going to step up. He's going to tuck and run. Ends up sliding. And he takes a late hit. Matt Nagy right there, arms in the air like, what the fuck? Why is there no penalty on that? He gets up. He'll be all right. Yeah, he slid, but then went back first. And who was that? Sutton on the hit? That's not a helmet-to-helmet, though. That's a clean tackle. That's a clean hit, believe me. Once he decides to run, he's eligible to get hit. Enough with this damn safety shit. You got to protect the quarterbacks. 3rd and goal from the 15. That's a false start. They run a screen near side Montgomery. He's got a convoy, and Hayward makes a stop at the 4. So 4th and goal from the 4. They go for it. Kick a field goal. They're going to kick it. And then, yeah, Matt Nagy, livid right now, wanted a flag on that hit on Justin Fields. No, but once he decides to tuck and run, he's legal. And maybe a late hit on the throw there. Late, yeah, okay, maybe. I don't know. No flag. That's a good acting job. I wonder if he learned that from watching the NBA. But 4th and goal. Here's a 22-yard field goal. Cairo Santos good from 1 already here tonight to close out the first half. Now 2 for 2, 14-6. The Bears cut it to 8 with 7:43 to play in this third quarter as they trail the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pittsburgh's got to get something going on offense, so plain and simple. Run the ball, let Ben be Ben, and continue to get stops on defense. And eventually, Chicago's not going to be able to settle for field goals. They're going to have to score some touchdowns. I mean, they did have a touchdown on that drive, call back for a penalty, and then, maybe a penalty that should have been thrown that wasn't. But nothing you can do about it. They didn't throw it, so you move on, you play on. No, but rightfully so. I understand why Matt Nagy's upset that they didn't, because they any other time probably would have threw the flag. But what can you do? They get a field goal out of it. Pittsburgh holds, they force a kick, and Chicago has to settle for 3. So 14-6. Pittsburgh leads it over the Bears. Recap some college football and the NFL now from this past weekend. We'll begin with the National Football League, because if we don't get the college, well, then we can just hold off on that until next week. Hell, we already previewed next week in college football the other day anyway. So we'll keep it simple for the time being. Recap the NFL from this past weekend, and then also preview next week too, here in a moment's time. But for the most part, I mean, it's still been a good game. Pittsburgh, they need to start pulling away, though, if they're going to want to win this. They're not going to be able to just hold on and win like this. Like I said at halftime, you can't get out to a 14-0 lead and then expect to just hold on to it and win. No. It's either that or they're always coming from behind. That's just how Penn State and the Steelers always play. So still a quarter and a half to play. But Chicago gets a field goal on that drive, in which it should have been a touchdown, no doubt about it. But that's where we're at. 14-6. And now on the return from the 5. Next commercial break, I promise. We'll recap the NFL and preview next week. On the return for 20 to the 25, it'll be 1st and 10 for the Pittsburgh Steelers offense from there. That's a good no call. Yeah, that is not a penalty. I'd understand why Chicago would want one, but no. Once he decides to run, he's legal. He's legal to begin with, when you sign up to play football, you're never going to get hit, so live with it. 1st and 10 from the 25, out of the pistol. Ben gonna pump fake, go deep down the middle, has 2 receivers, underthrew it, but it's still caught by James Washington at the 31. 1st and 10. Ben lucky on that pass. Pump faked, thought he was going to get on the sack. Pump faked again, just as he was about to throw it. Thought potentially he was going to go down on another sack, but a strip sack, and then there would have been a fumble. Took a little bit of a push there late, underthrew James Washington. Hell, he had James Washington, Deontay Johnson open down the middle, and Washington first down, Pittsburgh at the 33 officially, and then a handoff to the Najee Harris. Good block by Pittsburgh up front, but he's still going to lose a couple yards in the backfield. It's a 2nd down and long here. 6:48 counting the play in this third. 2nd and 12 officially. So after that big play, you got to score another touchdown. Plain and simple. I mean, if you have to settle for 3, go back up 11 as it was 14-3 at 17-6. Okay, but touchdown. Need a touchdown. 2nd and 12, they're going to run an end around. Deontay Johnson, good blocking by Freiermuth and Chuk. And then on 2nd and 12, they get 11 on the run. So 3rd and 1 officially here. That was another good play. The end arounds have worked tonight with James Washington and Deontay Johnson there on that play. So
Indian American descent. We asked him about that. He said he's humbled, honored, and with that platform comes
3rd and 1 officially here.
Got the job. Now he wants to be judged like any other defensive coordinator. He's got a big opportunity to benefit others, and that adds to extra value.
Under center, Ben from the 24 going to hand off again. Najee Harris, and credit to the Bear defensive line, able to get a stop. Might have got the first down, though, after a late push. Looks like he'll still be short, though. 4th and inches inside the 25. You go for it, sneak it. You can. They're gonna look to see if it's first down before they bring Changing out. He's short. It's 4th and inches, no doubt about it. I kick it. I play it safe. Go back up 11 as you work. Continue to play defense. Just on 4th and short here, if you don't, well, they're going to stay on offense and go for it. Why not? At the same time, kick it. I understand both situations, but kick it. Try draw them off sides. Get up there, go quick. Ben trying to get the crowd quieted down a little bit. They're going to snap it again. Hand off Harris. He's going to jump over the pile. He gets the first down. It's a first down. Right there at the first down marker. That's a first down for the Steelers. That's a first down, Pittsburgh. All right. So that's the second time I believe they've gone for it on 4th down and got a first down out of it. Yeah. First down, Steelers. You got to score a touchdown after all this, though, now. For sure. That's first down. They move the sticks. He jumps over the pile. They give him the first down. First down, Pittsburgh. Have to score a touchdown, though, now. Knock on wood, don't want to jinx them either. Now you got to call a fucking timeout. Jesus Christ. What the hell? They got one remaining here with 3:51 to play in the third. You always want to keep those as timeouts in your back pocket until late, because you never know when you're going to need them. Just stupid. You go for it, and then you don't know what you're going to do next. You got to call a timeout because the play clock's winding down. Like, smart. You got to be smart about it. Clock management. No, but yeah, after all this, you definitely have to score a touchdown now. Like I said, I would have kicked it. Kept it simple. Play smart. Defense playing well. You're back up 11. Boswell, no concern for him, back from injury. Maybe they'd run a fake punt again. I doubt it 2 weeks in a row, though. But he's already good on 2 extra points tonight, so what makes you think he probably couldn't kick a field goal? It'd be about a 40-yard kick they would have went for it, or kicked it. They went for it and got the first down. But like I said, don't want to jinx them, knock on wood. No turnovers now either. End around to Chase Claypool. Nice block by Freiermuth is having, I'd say, the best game of the season for himself. The rookie out of Penn State, number 88 himself. He's doing a damn good job up front blocking. I mean, he has a touchdown as well. But he's opening up holes. And, yeah, he's playing some damn good football tonight. Pat Freiermuth, I'm glad they drafted him in the second round. I was hoping that they would have drafted both Najee and Pat Freiermuth. And they did in the first and second round, respectively. Ben necessarily hasn't, been carving up this Bear defense like potatoes and, throw them in the fryer for the French fry and number 88 himself. As much as probably we would like him to tonight by any means, but, you live with it and you move on. So, second down on a 2-yard run by 22. He's going to come out as they're either going to run an empty set, 5 wide, or Benny Snell's going to come in for a play to tote the rock. And I'll start working this clock as well at home with a lead. Have to be able to run the football home, away, neutral side as well. Late in the game when you're on top. If you can do that, for the most part, you're probably going to win. 2nd and 8 from the 10 as Kalen Ballage actually comes in out of the backfield. Ben in the middle of the end zone, incomplete. Intended for number 11, Chase Claypool. 3rd down. That's good coverage. That's a good no call. I mean, there's a little bit of a hold, but nothing major that would have brought a penalty flag out. So incomplete, 3rd down, and 8. Why don't you go back to Pat Freiermuth? Hell, he still has 3 catches for 20 yards in that touchdown. He's lined up by himself, top of your screen. Ben looking his way, has him, back corner. Touchdown Steelers. He does go to Freiermuth, his second of the night. Touchdown Steelers. Penalty flag on the play, though. They had a trips near side back to Roethlisberger's right. Freiermuth was lined up as a receiver. They might get an illegal formation on this. As a receiver by himself near the... Actually, pass interference on the defense. Penalties declined. Touchdown Pittsburgh. Pat fucking Freiermuth. Touchdown. Yeah, nice one-on-one. Back corner, back shoulder. Had to go up for it a little bit, but yeah. Touchdown, Steelers. He's really coming on. He did have a big touchdown late that sealed it against the Browns. Yeah, Boswell extra point. No good. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Well, what makes you think he can't miss one? Well, he just did. Jesus Christ. No, but Pat Freiermuth. There's Roethlisberger with some fresh cut potatoes. Into the fryer for 6. 20-6 with the missed extra point. The Steelers lead it against Chicago Bears. No, yeah, he's really come on as of late. He's having the game of his life right now. At least in the NFL. I mean, I saw him firsthand play at Penn State the past couple years and light up defenses. You know, catching the ball from Trace McSorley and now Sean Clifford. And now he's catching touchdowns from a future first ballot Hall of Famer, number 7, Big Ben Roethlisberger, who now has 2 passing touchdowns tonight, both to number 88, Pat Freiermuth. So, 20-6 is your score, as Justin Fields is 9-16 for a $151, has an interception. Roethlisberger 12 of 18 for 118 yards passing and 2 touchdowns, both to Pat Freiermuth. Freiermuth now has 4 catches, 30 yards, and 2 scores. And like I just said, keep an eye out. Want to go Pat Freiermuth in this red zone. Next play, they must have heard me. I don't know. I swear to God I'm bugged, but now, all jokes aside, Ben, with his go-to favorite target tonight, Freiermuth, it's a tight end game. It has been. Cole Kmet has 4 catches, 64 yards. Goodwin has 1 for 50. But that was on a deep ball from Fields. But, yeah, it's a tight end game. Check it down. Use them in the red zone, and just as a sideline as your friend, well, they're also a part of the team. They can catch. They can block for you. You know, they're in between a lineman and a receiver. That's what tight ends are. So Freiermuth with another score. Yeah, he's 4 for 30 now and 2 touchdowns. As that was the third Steeler touchdown of the evening. 1 rushing, now 2 passing. And they extend the lead minus the missed extra point, 20-6. So they're still up by 2 scores, as they were up by 14 earlier, before they cut the lead. The Bears did with the field goal before halftime. 6 unanswered before the Steelers scored. And then Ben's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, shake my head. Yeah, like, all right, I can live with it. Freiermuth, yeah. Baby Gronk. He wore 87 here at Penn State. Baby Gronk. Now 88. The Massachusetts native as well, I might add. A Pittsburgh Steeler. A touchdown last week, 2 tonight. Yeah, he's playing well. No, but the Steelers here. Back up 2 scores. At 14. 20-6. So if you can just continue to play good on defense the rest of the way, okay, maybe get another turnover or 2, just continue to get some stops. Should be all right. Because then I would hope you'd have a running game when you need to run the football, but we'll see. Fields on 1st and 10, going to slide for about 5, 2nd down and 5. Here in the meantime, I will, in fact, turn back on Monday Night Raw, as we're almost about to pull up on the main event of the evening, unless it already happened, because I turned it off about an hour or so ago, falling as bad as it's been tonight. Main event, it'll be Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens. And okay, there you go. Big E is ringside. He's going to be on commentary, it looks like, with Rollins now in the ring cutting a promo. So Owens will probably come out and interrupt, and then they'll get the main event match underway. 20-yard completion of the 45 from Justin Fields to Darnell Mooney. Handoff to Herbert as Khalil gets to the 43 on a 2-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down. That should do it, though, for the 3rd quarter of play. At the end of the 3rd quarter, here tonight on Monday Night Football, the Pittsburgh Steelers lead the Chicago Bears 20-6 with 1 Najee Harris rushing touchdown and 2 Big Ben Roethlisberger passing touchdowns to the rookie tight end, number 88, out of Penn State, and Pat Freiermuth. So the 1st and 2nd round picks this past April in the draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and rookie running back Najee Harris and rookie tight end Pat Freiermuth. Those are your 3 touchdowns. Of course, missed extra point. But, hell, if Harris doesn't score, Roethlisberger doesn't throw those 2 touchdowns to Freiermuth, or he throws them to somebody else, okay. But if they don't have any touchdowns, here to begin the 4th quarter, they trailed by 6. And it would have been, 3-0 at halftime, 6-0 mid-3rd quarter. It was 14-0. Bears score 6 unanswered. Steelers drive to close out the 3rd there. Bears driving now as well. But they score again, and it's 20-6. So 20-6 Steelers on top of the Bears as we're about to begin the 4th and final quarter of play. As mentioned, we will now recap the NFL from this past week. If we have time, we'll recap college football as well. But I feel like we'll hold off, save that for next week. And then also, even though we've already previewed next week in college football, we'll preview it at high noon next Saturday for the Penn State helmet stripeout game in the next last home contest of the year here in 2021, as Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines will come to play as Michigan men to Beaver Stadium right here in Happy Valley. But tonight, from the Steel City in Pittsburgh, the Steelers lead the Bears 20-6 at the end of the 3rd quarter. But NFL Week 9 began with a Super Bowl III rematch, I guarantee it, this past Thursday with the Colts defeating the Jets 45-3. Yesterday in the National Football League, the Browns defeated the Bengals 41-16. Denver upset Dallas 30-16. It was 30-0 at a point in time late, but Dallas scored 2 touchdowns and 2-point attempts as well to cut it to half of what they lost by. Down the middle, 1st and 10, another completion to another tight end from Justin Fields, number 80, Jimmy Graham. It's been a tight end night. It's been Roethlisberger to Freiermuth, and it's been Justin Fields to Cole Kmet, and now Jimmy Graham. Who's next? 1st and 10 as we begin the 4th. Bear ball at the 15. Out of the Wildcat Montgomery going to hand off. And Mooney's going to walk into the end zone, pulling a Randy Moss, and scoring a touchdown. He didn't actually moon the crowd, but to the moon we go with a Bear touchdown. And from 15 yards out, they're going to cut it to 8. Here as we begin the fourth quarter. And they'll kick the extra point to make it a 7-point deficit. Touchdown Bears. Yeah, everybody went on the fake, and Mooney on a handoff near side walks in for 6. So 20-12 with the extra point to come. And Santos' kick up and good. 20-13 with 14-17 to play. Also yesterday in the National Football League, the Miami Dolphins defeated the Houston Texans 17-9. Atlanta won on a game-winning field goal, 27-25 at New Orleans. The Giants beat the Raiders 23-16. Patriots 24-6 over Carolina. Bills, Jags, low-scoring defensive showdown affair from Duval. Jacksonville a 9-6 win. In overtime, Baltimore defeated Minnesota 34-31 on a game-winning 36-yard field goal from Justin Tucker. Chargers also won on a game-winning field goal in Philadelphia against the Eagles. Chiefs defeated the Aaron Rodgers-less Green Bay Packers 13-7. Arizona 31-17 over San Fran. And Tennessee went to LA last night and defeated the Rams 28-16. They preview next week on Monday Night Football. It'll be the Rams and Niners from Santa Clara. But week 10, as we're now officially halfway through the season, will begin on Thursday, Veterans Day night. Ravens, Dolphins. Next Sunday, Atlanta and Dallas, New Orleans and Tennessee. Both those games should be interesting to say the least. Urban Meyer will head to Indy, where he won a few Big Ten championships as the head coach of Ohio State. It'll be Jacksonville, the Jaguars taking on the Indianapolis Colts in the AFC South. Browns, Patriots, going to be a good one from Foxborough. Bills should get back in the win column and defeat the Jets next week. Got a deep ball far side from Roethlisberger to Deontay Johnson. Penalty flag as well for potential defensive pass interference. In the meantime, on Monday Night Raw, this main event match is officially underway with Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens. Big E on commentary ringside. Spot foul on a DPI by number 33, Jalen Johnson. 1st and 10, Steelers. Steelers, as the Bears will be on a bye next week. Pittsburgh will host the Lions. I'll have live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube then, so be sure to tune in. Bucks and Skins, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Washington football team, as they're now known, will also both come off of bye weeks and play one another next week. Panthers, Cardinals, Vikings, Chargers, Eagles, Broncos also all next week. Najee Harris on a 9-yard run as the pile kept moving. 2nd and short, 2nd and 1 here. Actually, that was a catch? How the hell was that a catch? Okay, Ben did throw it. I thought he handed it off. That was a catch, okay. So that was a pass and catch. Nice reception by Najee Harris. He got 9 on the completion. 2nd and 1 for Pittsburgh. Also next week, as mentioned, Monday Night Football will be Rams 49ers. Sunday Night Football, Chiefs, Raiders. Russell Wilson to return for the Seahawks. Aaron Rodgers should return for the Packers. We'll have Seattle and Green Bay next Sunday afternoon as well. 2nd and 1, end around to Deontay Johnson. Nowhere for him to go. 3rd and short now. So next week looks pretty good. I mean, yeah, Thursday night could be a little bit better. I mean,
involved in these parts, there's the great Franco Harris.
Arguably the best 1 o'clock game as the Steelers are going to be on Fox next week at 1 o'clock because they're playing an NFC Lion team. And 3rd and 1, they run it up the gut, stuffed the line of scrimmage, nowhere for them to go, short, 4th down. You punt this ball. You pin them deep, you make them drive. Defense is going to have to get a stop, though, because the way Chicago's been able to drive, making it look easy, scoring points left and right now, since they started slow tonight, defense is going to have to make a play. You're right on the outside of field goal range. Don't kick it. You punt. And you don't go for it again. I don't care if you've... Holy shit, they're going to kick a field goal. This is going to be from officially... Where's the ball spotted at? Okay, 54 yards out. So not that long. But he's already missed an extra point tonight. So he misses an extra point from 33 yards out, but he makes a 54-yard field goal. I'll take it, all right. 10-point lead. Pittsburgh on top. 23-13 now. Good snap. Good hold. Laces out. Mason Crosby. And from 54 yards out, the Wizard of Oz is good. We're not Kansas anymore. We're through the uprights. And the kick is good. 23-13. Steelers as they lead the Bears. Okay, they kick it. I had thought for a second, for some reason, they were just a little further on back, around the 42, 45-yard line. You know, a 54-yard kick is, from around the 34, 35-yard line, give or take. So, I'll take it. It's 3 points, especially late. You extend your lead to 10. Defense has to continue to play well, though. They got to continue to get a stop. Yeah, credit to the Bears' defense. They've been able to stop Najee Harris on a few runs tonight on 3rd and short. Or just short goal line formation plays. So, yeah. Game going to come down to the wire. Here in the end, it still seems like, unless, Pittsburgh can get a turnover, score again, and then end it like that. But we'll see. But Roethlisberger now 13-19, buck 27, 2 scores. Pittsburgh rushing. Harris is 18 of 44 on a score. Freiermuth playing well tonight, has 2 touchdown receptions on 4 catches for 30 yards. David Montgomery, 13 for 63 on the ground. Fields is playing well. Has 6 carries for 34 yards rushing as well, along with 11 of 18 in the air for buck 99 and an interception. So, yeah, that's where we stand at now. 23-13, Pittsburgh on top of the Chicago Bears, as I feel they just started to play Renegade. So, mama, Chicago's gonna be in for a long final 11:54 here to play. Oh no. From the goal line. And a fumble. Boswell recovers it at the 45. And Renegade strikes again, folks. That's Pittsburgh Steelers football. That's a clear-cut fumble. That's a clear-cut fumble recovery. And, yeah, it was a missed tackle, a stumble, and then a big hit, jarring the ball loose. And Boswell was just right there on his knees about to make the tackle. And the ball comes right to him, and he falls on it, and he recovers the fumble, and the Steelers are going to set up shop. 1st and 10, knocking on the door in Bear territory at the 45-yard line, already up 10, and they get another turnover. Special teams. It was a turnover on special teams, but special teams.
In regular defense, he was a primary special teams player. He made the interception in the Denver game in the end zone. And yeah, he is a core teamer. And Jakeem Grant with an opportunity. He gets free. So explosive. Gets in the open field and then gives it right back.
1st and 10 for the black and gold. They only have one timeout remaining. Remember, they took 2 in the third quarter. So 2-minute warning, but only one timeout. They have a 10-point lead. 23-13. Just don't turn the ball over yourself. Run the damn ball. Run this clock. Hand off to 22, Najee Harris. And he's going to get to the 39 on a 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7. They show the highlight from Boswell's fake field goal and then the incomplete pass, and then he got drilled. The refs didn't throw a penalty on that, Matt Nagy. They didn't throw a penalty on the hit on Justin Fields either, so live with it. Empty set 5 wide, 2nd and 7, maybe an offside by Chicago, and then Ben with an incomplete pass. He saw the flag, and then he just threw it into the ground, and it's going to be an offside on Chicago. It'll be 2nd and 2, pending any unforeseen false start that they decided to call. No, it's offside. 5 yards, replay down, 2nd and 2 now for Pittsburgh. Arguably, like I said, the best 1 o'clock game next week. I mean, you got to go New Orleans, Tennessee, probably Cleveland, New England. I mean, Tampa goes back to D.C., where they started their playoff run last year, and will try to defeat the Redskins again, the Washington football team now, or whatever the hell their new nickname will be next year. But yeah, the Steelers will be on Fox next Sunday at 1 o'clock. Hopefully tune in to listen, watch long reactions. Lions, Steelers, end around again. They're starting to beat a dead horse with this damn fucking end around. Washington did get the first down, but remember that last drive, kicked the field goal before the fumble on the kickoff return. They give him a yard, so it'll be 3rd and 1. Deontay Johnson was stuffed. And they run it, and 22 stuffed. Quit running this damn end around. 3rd and 1. Take this clock down to about 10:18 before you snap it. There's about a... They're going to snap it, okay, with 10:20. Another end around. Jesus Christ. They do get the first down. Chase Claypool, first down run on a 2-yard gain, but... Enough with the damn end around. First down Steelers, I'll take it, yeah, but... I mean, I get too. Yeah, you keep running play after play after play until they stop it. Well, they've stopped it, though. It's not like they haven't. I mean, I get they didn't stop at that time. But now, if they continue to do it, there's something up. Like, no. Unless somebody said to Matt Canada earlier today, hey, you think you can potentially run, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 wide receiver end arounds tonight on Monday night? Roethlisberger going to take a sack. Jesus Christ. Back to where this drive began at the 45-yard line on the fumble and kickoff return. And now 2nd and a mile. So both quarterbacks have now been sacked twice apiece. Why are you throwing, is my question. Why are you throwing the fucking football? Clock's going to continue to roll, okay, because you didn't throw it. It wasn't incomplete. You took a sack. But run the ball up the middle. Run a sweep, maybe. No end arounds, though. You want to work this clock. You have a 10-point lead at home. You score a touchdown here, hell, even a field goal on this drive, the game's going to be over with. Even with Chicago having 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning, down 10, maybe 13, 17, there's no way in hell they're going to come back and win this. They hand off Benny Snell. He gets a few yards, 3rd down. But run the ball, work the clock. That sack just hurt them because they're right on the outside of field goal range now. But hell, Boswell might be trotting on here another play or two to kick another 50-plus yard field goal. So 8:20 to play from the 40. 3rd and 18 for Pittsburgh. James Washington in motion near side. Ben out of the gun looking to throw. And almost picked off. Jesus Christ. Clock stops, so why are you throwing? You have a 10-point lead. Run the damn fucking football. And now you're going to have to punt. See, if you would have ran on that, maybe you do get a few yards and get in field range for balls. Well, now you got to fucking punt again. And you can't even capitalize off a fucking fumble. Just stupid. Flat out stupid. Defense has played extremely well, but you can't rely on them all the damn time. Harvin now on to punt and going to pin him deep. Try to at least. But at the same time, yeah, that sack, like I just said, ball is going to bounce in the damn end zone for a touchback. Shit. 1st and 10 from the 20 for the Bears. With 7:57 to play here tonight on Monday Night Football. Pittsburgh with a 10-point, 23-13 lead over the visiting Chicago Bears out of the NFC North, taking on the Steelers, who are in second place, if I'm not mistaken, in the AFC North. We'll look at the standings here momentarily. Or they will be in second place if they win tonight. They're currently in third. Behind the... Well, technically, no. Well, they were in third place entering yesterday, so that's what I'm thinking of that. But the Browns beat the Bengals. Now they're both 5-4, and Pittsburgh's at 4-3. And they're 1-1. Pittsburgh is against both. They beat the Browns and lost to the Bengals. But they win. It gets them to 5-3. You know, Miami's going to lose to Baltimore, so the Ravens will get to 7-2 on Thursday, having extra week and a half off, a little bit of a mini bye week, if you will. And then, of course, Pittsburgh will host the Lions next Sunday. As mentioned, take a look at the standings here, along with, arguably the best 1 o'clock kicks next week. It would be New Orleans and Tennessee, along with Cleveland and New England. And then, Seattle, Green Bay is a good game, especially with Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers both going to be returning. You have Sunday Night Football with Kansas City and Vegas, along with Monday Night Football being the Rams and 49ers. So, that's why the game's played, folks. But standing-wise, take a look at the AFC North and NFC North here first with these two teams. First with the visitors. Ladies first. Chicago's right now in third place. Minnesota's pulling for Pittsburgh, I think, because they lost yesterday at Baltimore. Both are 3-5 right now. Bye weeks, of course, are going to continue. But Pittsburgh's already had theirs. Chicago's next week. But the Lions are winless at 0-8. Tied for second behind Green Bay are both Minnesota and Chicago at 3-5. Justin Fields' pass incomplete deep down the middle. And then Green Bay, they just lost their first game since week 1. They were on a 7-game winning streak. They're now 7-2. It was really, upset weekend in college football. It was. Along with the NFL yesterday. It was upset weekend in the sport of football in general. But I said this yesterday during Packers-Chiefs, I thought Saturday for college football was arguably the best college football Saturday we've had so far this season. Yesterday, NFL-wise, not necessarily shaky, but, really who's who at this point. The thing is, there's still a lot of football left to be played. We're halfway through it. But Pittsburgh's sitting pretty. You know, they started 1-3, now 4-3, trying to potentially get to 6-3, 7-3 maybe, even if they beat the Chargers on the road Sunday night before Thanksgiving. But on 3rd down and 5, Justin Fields goes down, another sack by T.J. Watt and Cameron Hayward. 4th down and under 7 to play now. Pittsburgh going to get the football back. So run the ball, run the clock. You score again, more power to you. That's even better. Make Chicago call their timeouts. Ball game. And I'd hope to God you beat the winless Lions next week. From the 20 on the punt return, Ray McLeod. 10, he's down. The ball pops out. The Bears return it for a touchdown. He was down. They say touchdown. You got to look at that. No, he was down. They say touchdown Bears. The game switches just like that. Kick the extra point. The Bears will. Take a replay. Look here. Was he down or not? No, that ball's out. That's a fumble. And the Bears recover. They scoop it up and run it in the end zone for a touchdown. And special teams. When I tell you, special teams. That's a fumble. That ball is out. He's not down yet. Chicago picks it up and runs it in from about 20 yards out for 6. The only good thing about this is, well, really not so good, of course, that Chicago scored and how quick they scored, because then take some time off the clock, score, and then Pittsburgh gets the ball back, run the clock. Chicago no time left then at that point to try to score then. But, you know, they score. Still a good thing Pittsburgh can get the ball back. Now only up 4-3 right now. The extra point to come. But turnovers, penalties, they absolutely kill you. It's just pathetic. I'm sure they're looking at it. All scoring plays are reviewed. 6:31 to play. And it's going to be a touchdown for the Chicago Bears on a fumble recovery on a punt return by the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Cairo Santos for an extra point. He's 2 for 2 in that category now tonight, as he's already 2 for 2 on field goals. The difference with a 3-point Steeler lead at 23-20 is a Chris Boswell missed extra point. Special teams, folks. Been saying it all night. And here we are. Jesus Christ. Death, taxes, and the Steelers giving everybody a damn heart attack tonight. 23-20. At least, like I said, they're going to get the ball back. Got to be able to run the football, though, with Najee Harris. Run the ball, run the clock. Keep it simple. Work the sticks. Move the chains. First down and first down and first down. Keep it simple. And a touchdown's going to be better than a field goal. But if you have to settle for a kick, go up 6, well, your defense better play as good as they played all game and all season long at that point. You can't settle with a lead. And you can't turn the ball over and have no running game and expect to win. Do we need to go back to the 3-game losing streak again to remember all this? I guess so. 3-game winning streak now with a bye week, and you have a 14-0 lead, 14-6, 20-6, 20-13. You kick a field goal, 23-13, and then you give a fumble on a punt return, and they run it in for 6. So 23-20. Run the ball, work the clock, run the clock out, make them call their timeouts, score a touchdown. So for field goal, okay, but your defense better play extremely well when it comes down to it then at that point. Now, they might be playing Renegade again, as far as we know. But back to the standings. As mentioned, yes, in the NFC North, the Packers are leading right now at 7-2, followed by Minnesota and Chicago, both 3-5. And then the Lions lining up, bring up the rear at 0-8. They can't go 0-16 though again. Neither can the Browns. You have to go 0-17 now with the expanded regular season. In the AFC North, it's Baltimore right now, top of the division at 6-2. They've already had their bye. Pittsburgh has as well. Steelers, of course, at 4-3. We'll get to 5-3 with the win tonight. And then the Browns and Bengals are both at 5-4, with Cleveland having the head-to-head tiebreaker for the time being in third place, as they played yesterday, and Cleveland picked up a win, as mentioned earlier. Everybody in division all around the league, yeah, as always, play each other twice. But we'll get back to the rest of the standings later, if we do, at least at that point, as we're halfway through this regular season. Following this game tonight, Najee Harris breaks a tackle. Nice run by him. 14 yards up the middle. First down, Steelers. Work the clock. Take it under 5 before you snap it. The play clock resets at 40. Of course, as always, coming up at the end of this game, final stats and scores. So stay tuned, and as always, thank you for tuning in and listening. First and 10 from the 38. Roethlisberger in the gun. Complete the Claypool. The only thing, when you pass, you better catch it. Because you drop it, the clock stops, you're just hurting yourself. And it's like, why are you throwing? Run the damn ball. And now Claypool's a little slow to get up, going to hobble off. Going to bring either James Washington or Raymond McLeod. There's Cody White, number 15, out there as well. Hey, guess who? Go back to 88. Go back to Freiermuth. Hasn't had a catch since he scored the second touchdown earlier. So, 2nd and 6 from the 42. But run the ball. Hand off Harris. And a loss of 2, back to the 40. Third down. Seth Rollins defeats Kevin Owens in the main event of Raw, and then Owens seemingly turning heel, attacking the WWE champion in Big E, as they'll fade to black, and that's how Monday Night Raw will win this evening. But 3rd and 7 for the time being for the Steelers from the 41. Roethlisberger looking to throw. Far side, nice passing catch complete to Deontay Johnson. Got a flag on the play, though. 4:24 to play. What's the penalty flag? Offside on the Bears. Penalties decline. First down, Steelers. 10-yard reception by Deontay Johnson on the pass from Roethlisberger. First down.
That's just unacceptable. For a guy with experience, he knows he's got to look in at the ball, head behind the ball, put your hand out, put your head behind your hand, make sure you're on sides. You can't line up all sides in a crucial situation like that. You just can't. Yeah, Keem Hicks has not been out there. He looks like he got his foot.
First and 10 from the 49 officially. And they're going to run a pass complete to Kalen Ballage, who catches it and then sort of just like leaps his way for a 3-yard pickup. Clock's going to continue to roll. He stayed in bounds as well. Good job. Second down.
Without Khalil Mack, without Alec Ogletree, without Eddie Jackson, can they get the stop that they need here in the fourth quarter? That's Chicago's lucky. Cassius Marshall's lined up both sides on that play. Here closest to us. They've got to be careful. You've got to dial in these moments now and not beat yourself. It's hard enough to beat your opponent. You can't beat yourself.
So 2nd and 8 from the 47. Handoff, no, fake it, and then what the fuck are you doing, Ben? Jesus Christ. They're going to say incomplete, thank God. Because if not, and Matt Nagy's probably going to challenge it, and rightfully so. It's incomplete, but he pump faked and the ball came out. And then guess what? Chicago picked it up and ran it back 50 yards for a touchdown to take the lead. Whew, that's close. They said incomplete pass on the field. So if Chicago does decide to challenge, they're going to have to find undisputed evidence to overturn it. What the hell are you doing, Pittsburgh? You trying to throw this game? You trying to give it away or what? Like, what the hell? Run the damn ball. Don't be throwing. Now you got a 3rd and 8 with 3:40. You're not in field goal range. You'll end up punting, and then your defense is going to have to get a stop. And Chicago's been able to drive on you as of late, and they scored some points to cut it to 23-20 with 3:40 to play. Ben once again looking to throw. I mean, you sort of have to on 3rd and 8 here. Pump fake. He does way too fucking much of that anymore. And he's going to take a sack. Back of the 45, so they're definitely going to have to punt. At least he didn't throw it. No fumble. Clock's going to continue to roll. So at least they can take it down to under 3 minutes before they have to punt. You pin them deep. You make them drive, and you make them beat you that way. But the defense is going to have to get another stop. They rely on the defense way too damn much. Well, first off, you shouldn't be throwing. We got a late hit. And the Steelers luck out and get an automatic first down. Cassius Marsh, the former Steeler, takes down Roethlisberger. He trash talks the Steelers sideline as the penalty. Taunting. He probably said, fuck you for cutting me. I just sacked your quarterback. You got a punt. We're going to come back and beat your ass. But no, the refs had another thing coming for them, and they threw a 15-yard penalty. The Steelers are going to keep it, automatic first down, and now you work this clock. You run the ball. Steeler football from the 39. Oh, my. Roethlisberger going to hand off. Harris, run the football, please. Please run the damn ball. 4 yards to Harris. Yeah, now you start making Chicago call their timeouts. Yeah, look at the penalties. 11 for 110 compared to 2 for 15 between the Bears and the Steelers, respectively. Timeout, Chicago with 3:08 to play. 2nd down and 7 officially after a 3-yard run by Najee Harris. Yeah. Hell, maybe the Steelers told him, hey, just since he got elevated from the practice squad earlier today, if it comes down to it and you're in, do something stupid and give us the ball back. You know, former Steeler himself. He was just with them back in the preseason, and they cut his ass. But no, as I said, he was taunting. It was trash talking. I don't agree with the taunting rule by any means, but they called the penalty, and there's nothing you can do about it, you know. Yeah, he was trash talking, and he got caught up, and it is very tough to swallow. Of course, everybody's mom should know better than I, but in the meantime, Ben goes down on the sack, and then there's a flag on the play again. And I'm not gay by any means. I don't know why I said it the way I said that, but I'm straight as can be. But if you're gay, you're gay. Just keep me the hell out of it. Okay. 3rd down for Pittsburgh. But yeah, that is a tough one to have to deal with. And, it's a first down for Pittsburgh and they keep the ball. But now they got a 3rd and 16. They call a timeout, Chicago does, and then the penalty stops the clock as well. So Chicago's still lucking out after all that. 3:06 to play here. Austin, 3rd and 16 from the 45, complete to Deontay Johnson on a screen. And he gets inside Bear territory. Chicago's going to call a timeout, though. And they're still going to get the ball back here. So let's move on from the taunting, from him trash talking, and the 15-yard penalty, because the Steelers can't fucking move the football still. Jesus Christ. 4th down and 5. Both teams with 1 timeout remaining. 2:56 to play, and the Steelers are going to be on to punt again. Or actually, with the trash talk, and then Marsh 59, the former Steeler, he ran into the official. They showed the replay of that again once he was running off the field. So maybe that's why the penalty was thrown. No, here comes Boswell for another field goal. Well, if you miss, you're going to give them perfect field position to drive and score a touchdown and beat you. From 52 yards out, he's already good from 54. Kicks up and good. Okay. Boswell with 2 50-plus field goals tonight. Steelers lead by 6. And the difference, once again, is still a missed Chris Boswell extra point. The defense still needs a stop. This game has been crazy, in the second half at least. I would have hoped at least, Pittsburgh would have since pulled away, but no. Chicago, 1 timeout, 2-minute warning, needing a touchdown to win it. Yeah, no shit. I said that 10 minutes ago, Steve Levy. Great job, ESPN. Way to know your shit. Boswell on to kickoff. Return from the 7. And out of bounds on the return to the 25. The Bears go. 1st and 10 from there. With 1 timeout, 2:47 to play, 2-minute warning, needing a touchdown to win it. Why don't you play Renegade again? Crowd on their feet. Steel curtain defense needs to bring it down. Let's go. Let's find a way to win. Get after the young rookie quarterback in Justin Fields and make him make mistakes. You better cover the fucking tight ends, though. Keep an eye out for Allen Robinson, though, because he's had a quiet-ass night. Fields looking to throw. Completes A-Rob. 1st down. We'll see if they give him forward progress. 9 on the reception, so he's going to be short. 2nd and 1. And then, of course, the running game for Chicago as well, as Cam Hayward injured, a little slow to get up. Yeah, that sucks. But then, Chicago going to work the running game back into it, of course, with David Montgomery and Khalil Herbert, as Damian Williams is out this evening. You better cover Cole Kmet. You better cover Jimmy Graham, but, don't forget Jesse James either, the former Steeler. Potentially come back and hurt Pittsburgh here. Just as we had just a former Steeler in Cassius Marsh cost Chicago, but then the Steelers can't do anything with it anyway. They do kick a field goal, extend the lead to 6. Fields gonna heave it deep down the far sideline, intended for Mooney, incomplete. Why he was thrown to him, he had a man wide open deep down the middle of the field. He would have walked into the end zone for a touchdown. But then that would have, of course, gave Pittsburgh time to get back into it. Arthur Millette on the coverage. And then just a little too much from 1 to 11. So, incomplete, 3rd and 1 with 2:19 to play. And another primetime game as we hit the halfway point this NFL season coming down to the wire. They're going to hand off, fake the give actually to Montgomery. Fields keeps it for himself, runs out of bounds. It'll be 1st and 10 on a 3-yard gain. First 10, excuse me, 2:14 to play. I'd love for it to be 2nd and 14, as I was about to say, but 2 minutes and 14 seconds to play. They'll probably get one more play up before the 2-minute warning. We'll go to break. They'll probably play Renegade again if I'd have to guess. Steeler defense going to need another stop because a touchdown's going to win it for Chicago right now. Because Pittsburgh, back to liking to have those timeouts in your back pocket late in the game. They only have one left if they do get the ball back under 2 minutes to play. 1st and 10, Fields down the middle, almost picked off. Intended for Allen Robinson, again, incomplete. Devin Bush, the one who got his hands on it. That's Michigan on Penn State, Wolverines, Nittany Lions, Saturday at noon. Hopefully you'll tune in and listen to watch my live watch along reactions then. Another Big Ten East battle. Fields from Big Ten country at Ohio State, going to tuck and run, and, well, there's the game, Michigan-Ohio State, Devin Bush on the tackle. It'll be 3rd and 2 for the Bears, the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to play tonight on Monday night football. Steelers trying to hold on to their 6-point, 26-20 lead right now against Chicago Bears. Both teams with one timeout remaining. 2-minute warning right now. Touchdown will win it for Chi-Town. But Steeler defense needs to stop. Plain and simple. Steeler defense needs a stop. Whether that's you drain this clock, you get a big 4th down stop late, turnover, however you want to put it. Pittsburgh better win this game. Because I swear to God, they blow a 14-0 lead. Hold on at 20-6. And then 20-13. 23-13, 23-20. Kick another field goal. You can't settle for field goals. And the difference is a missed Boswell extra point. He misses an extra point from 33 yards out, but he nails a 54 and a 52-yard field goal. And the turnovers we've had on special teams, I've been pounding special teams all night. More so not in the return game, but on a punt return, there's a fumble. On a kickoff return, there's a fumble for both teams respectively. And really the difference with those two was, of course, Pittsburgh couldn't capitalize on theirs, but Chicago returned theirs for a touchdown. Pittsburgh Steeler defense needs to bring the steel curtain down right this second. Literally right now, they have to get a stop. Chicago, they'll go for it on 4th down. They're going to be kicking field goals. They know a touchdown will win it for them. And the field goals aren't going to cut it because one time out on the other side, they're going to be able to get the ball back. Unless they get an onside kick and, score after that then. So... 3rd down and 2. Steeler defense, plain and simple, once again, needs a stop. 2 minutes to play, 3rd and 2 for the Bears, down 6. Touchdown wins it. But then maybe they score quick, Pittsburgh gets the ball back. A field goal will win it for them then at that point. Fields from the 45 out of the gun, 3rd and 2. Going to go deep down the far side, has a man, Allen Robinson. And he's going to get pushed out inside the 10-yard line. What did I say? Go fucking Allen Robinson. They do. He's had a quiet night. Now he's has a couple catches on this drive, and the Bears are about to score. Jesus Christ. It's not that hard to see, folks. And then just a nice pass from a Buckeye to a Nittany Lion, and a big first down completion. 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line. You need to keep him out of the end zone. Or if you are going to let him score, you better let him score now so you have time to drive and score points of your own. Fields going to step up. You need a turnover is what you need. Fields caught. Touchdown in the end zone. Touchdown Bears. Darnell Mooney. Was he in bounds, though, is the question. Did he catch it in bounds in the end zone? We're both feet in. At least the Bears score the 1:46 to play, and the Steelers have time and one timeout. Of course, you'd never want to let the touchdown happen like that to begin with, but caught. Left foot's in, right foot's in, that's a touchdown. And the Bears are an extra point away from taking the lead because the difference right now is a missed Chris Boswell extra point. 26-26, about to be 27-26, Bears. Steelers, once again, no running game. Can't run the ball, can't run the clock. Turnovers have killed them. Pittsburgh jumps off sides on the extra point. So now, well, even if Chicago would want to go for two, be stupid to, it'd be half the distance because Pittsburgh would still need a field goal to win at 29-28. Because if you go for two and don't get her, you miss the kick, we're tied at 26. Pittsburgh doesn't do anything. We're going to go to overtime again. And hell, a couple weeks ago, Pittsburgh at home on a Sunday night went to overtime and won against Seattle. Monday night home here against the Bears. They'll also go on the road to Minnesota on Thursday night and have at least one primetime game this regular season on Thursday, Sunday, and Monday night, respectively. Five yards on the kickoff. Okay. Like, that's going to make a difference. Still be a touchback. Because you can take half the distance to go for two, but to go for two at 26 apiece, to make it 28-26 if you get it, field goal's still going to win for the Steelers. So you still kick the extra point here. But really, all the Steelers are going to need now, with one timeout, 1:46 to play, is for Ben Roethlisberger to drive and get Boswell in field goal range. And he's already good from 54 and 52 yards out tonight. But he has missed one extra point, and that is the difference right now, as the Bears have come back to take a 1-point, 27-26 lead with 1:46 to play. Jesus Christ. No running game, can't work the clock, turnovers. Chicago, credit to them, they've been able to capitalize. And this second half, they've been able to drive after drive, downfield and score points. And this is what Chicago wants out of Justin Fields. He's now 15-25 for 268 yards passing, and that touchdown to Darnell Mooney, who also has a rushing touchdown, I might add. Roethlisberger, 17-25 for $154, 2 touchdowns to Freiermuth, but it's been quiet for him ever since. Rushing, Montgomery, 13-63. Fields, 8-45. Mooney, 1 for 15 in the score, and then Khalil Herbert, 4-13. Balance, 26 for 136 on the ground for Chicago, whereas Pittsburgh, Najee Harris, 22 carries, 62 yards rushing, and the first touchdown in the game. Who would have thought 27-26 with 1:46 to play? I sure as hell didn't. Over hit at 40, no doubt about it. But the Steelers as a team, 31 for 104 and a score on the ground. But it's Najee Harris, 22 for 62 and a touchdown. Okay, he's got, what, about 10 more carries with the same amount of yards rushing, whereas they have a few end-arounds, beating a dead horse, a couple carries apiece for the 3 starting receivers for about 15 yards apiece, but nothing to show for it because they can't run the damn clock out, and they turn the ball over, and Chicago's been able to capitalize, and the difference is a missed extra point by Boswell again. But a touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 Steelers from the 25, and a field goal will win it. Roethlisberger looking to throw, complete to Harris. And he's going to get 2 yards if he's lucky. He breaks actually 2 tackles, gets to the 29 for a pickup of 4, 2nd down and 6. Clock should continue to roll. You have 1 timeout, sidelines your friend, use it, get the hell out of bounds. 1:30 and counting to play. Field goal will win it for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They trail by a point, 27-26. Complete to Ray McLeod. Don't fumble it like you did on the punt return. Gets out of bounds. Clock stops at 1:17. Gets a first down. First down Steelers. Out past the 30. From the 41, 1st and 10. Screen on a dump off. Complete to Najee Harris. Got a flag on the play at the 45-yard line. Chicago's had a shit ton more penalties than Pittsburgh tonight. Pittsburgh, a few penalties have cost them. Turnovers more so than not, but got another offside on Chicago. 5 yards, automatic first down. So on 1st and 10 from the 41, it should be 2nd and 6, but because of an offside, it's 1st and 5 now. 1:07 to play. Steelers need a field goal to win it. Touchdown wins it as well, but just getting field goal range. Another flag. Slant over the middle, complete. Deontay Johnson, he's off to the races, down inside the 35 to the 31, pending the penalty. Under a minute to play with 59 seconds. And another Bear penalty. They're offsides again. How the hell can you be offside on back-to-back plays? Matt Nagy laying into these officials. And then, of course, the penalties are going to be declined because the pass from Roethlisberger to DJ-18 went for a big gain down to the 32-yard line officially. 1st and 10. Field goal wins it. Hell, they're in field goal range now, but just get fucking closer, please, so it's a chip shot. But he's better from 50-plus rather than an extra point from 33. So maybe a touchdown would be better. Another whistle. Pass complete to Ray McLeod. Jesus Christ. Exactly. Come on, says Mike Tomlin. These damn Zebras get this game in order. Got a false start by the Steelers, as it was on the rookie left tackle number 65, Dan Moore out of Texas A&M. 1st and 15. First and 15, back of the 37, empty set, 5 wide. You still have 1 timeout, use the sideline as well. Pump fake, bend, complete to Freiermuth. 13 yards, it'll be 2nd and short. Get up there, let the clock roll here a little bit, not much though. Get up there and go. Not necessarily spike. It's 2nd and 2, so you don't want to, well, they will spike it, all right. Take the down, 3rd and 2. And then a timeout. Or do they jump off sides again? There's a flag on the play. There's another flag on the play. It was 2nd and 2 after the 13-yard completion from Roethlisberger to Freiermuth. There's no foul on the play. Spike. They stop the clock to clock it. It'll be 3rd and 2, Pittsburgh with 40 seconds to play. They're in field goal range. Field goal will win it. But even you get stopped here, you have to kick it. Well, game clock and play clock are set at 40, so you could wind this clock unless Chicago will call a timeout to get the ball back. But then if you miss it, game's over. Chicago will win. You don't want to give them hardly any time left, though. That's the thing. Get a first down. 3rd and 2. Get a first down and worry about it afterwards. From the 24. Handoff, no, Ben's going to tuck it and run. He dives, and he's going to get a first down. He's right there at the marker. They might mark him just about a tip of a football short. Clock's going to continue to roll. You got to stop this, refs. They do. Official timeout. They're going to bring the chain gang out for a measurement, and this is going to be close. Ben still going, knees down. Yeah, he's going to be short, 4th and 1. But where was the ball at? Can they back that up a second? Good play call. I don't think anybody was expecting a quarterback draw by Roethlisberger. Maybe 15 years ago when these two teams last met and the Steelers last won against the Bears, he's short as 4th and inches. You got to kick it. You got to fucking kick it. Here comes Boswell. There's no doubt about it. You have to kick this. Chicago has a timeout. We'll see if they ice them. But you have to kick this. And this kick would be about a 40-yard field goal, depending on the spot with the measurement there. Boswell good from 54 and 52 yards out. Missed a 33-yard field goal, though, or an extra point. So he's 2 for 2 on field goals, missed an extra point. This officially going to be from 40 yards out for the win. But Chicago going to call their 3rd and final timeout with 30 seconds to play, and then they'll still get some time to potentially drive and score a touchdown and kick their own game-winning field goal potentially, because the difference is still right now that missed Chris Boswell extra point. He's 2 for 2 once again on field goals, good from 54 and 52 respectively, but he missed a 33-yard extra point. This field goal, 3rd time's a charm, from 40 yards out right now for the win, but there's still 30 seconds to play as Chicago will get the football back and try to drive and score or get in field goal range for their own potential game-winning field goal as well. He misses this, the game's over. But from 40 yards out, Chris Boswell. The kick's going to be up, and the kick's going to be good. And the Steelers retake the lead by 2, 29-27, with 26 seconds to play. That's a sigh of relief. Defense. How many times have I said it tonight? You have to get another fucking stop. A turnover would be nice, but you have to get another stop. Give them the middle of the field all you want, because they don't have any timeouts. They're going to have to get up there and spike it. Don't give them out of bounds to stop the clock. Okay? But Fields has been able to go deep down the middle, deep down the sideline, at least in the second half he has, and beat the Steeler defense. They've been able to drive and score points. Credit where credit is due. The Steeler defense needs a stop. The Bears have played extremely well tonight, at least in the second half they have. It's 14-3, at halftime. 14-6 early second half. And crazy as crazy can get since then. Touchback on the kick. Be 1st and 10 Bears from the 25. Down 2, 29-27 with 26 seconds to play. They have no timeouts. Steeler defense needs to stop. Give them the middle of the field. Give them the short dump-off pass. Get pressure on Fields. Make sure you tackle his ass, though, if he's going to tuck it and run. He does have 8 carries for 45 yards on the ground tonight. Don't give him the sideline, though, and make sure you do not allow Cairo Santos to get in field goal range for a potential game-winning field goal of his own tonight. 1st and 10 Bears from the 25-yard line. 26 seconds to play. Clock's rolling. And incomplete, intended for Cole Kmet. 2nd and 10, 22 seconds to play. Empty set, 5 wide, 2nd and 10 from the 25, 20 seconds and counting now. Complete to David Montgomery, gets out of bounds, clock stops. 3rd down, there's a flag on the play. It'll be 3rd and 3 with 16 seconds to play. Flag on the play. If this is going to be against Chicago on a hole potentially, we might have a 10-second runoff since we're under 2 minutes, and they have no timeouts to stop the clock. And they have as many penalties as they have tonight. No, it's illegal contact on the Steelers. Be an automatic 1st down. First and 10 now from the 30 for the Bears. Trips in a bunch near side. Fields. Pass complete to Cole Kmet near side. Gets out of bounds at the 41 with 11 seconds to play. They still got a ways to go, though, to get in field goal range. They're going to have to get inside the 40 for a potential 55-plus yard game-winning field goal here. You believe in your defense, folks. The steel curtain needs to bring it down right now. Pittsburgh needs to stop. First and 10 from the 41. Trips in a bunch now. Top your screen. Fields out of the gun. Gonna pass complete out of bounds. Or it is caught. Excuse me. Complete inbounds. He steps out of bounds. Cole Kmet stops the clock. 4 seconds. And we're going to have a Hail Mary. We're going to have a Hail Mary, some hook and ladder, because they're nowhere near field goal range. From the 48, it would be about a 65, 66-yard field goal. And Cairo Santos isn't in Detroit with the Baltimore Ravens inside of a dome, and his name's not Justin Tucker kicking a game-winning, doinking it off the upright field goal to win it. Here comes a Hail Mary with 5 seconds play. Pittsburgh's probably going to call timeout. That's a false start for one. And then it's batted down, incomplete. So 2nd and 10, 2 seconds. Call your timeout now. Just make sure you're set. But yeah, get your hands up. Take him down the sack. Bat it down at the goal line if he does heave it. So 2nd and 10 with 2 seconds to play. They're going to kick a 66-yard field goal for the win in Pittsburgh. Tomlin's going to ice them. 65-yard field goal for the win for the Bears on the road here tonight on Monday Night Football at Pittsburgh. And the kick is going to be up. And the kick is going to be no good. It does doink off the upright, but it bounces back into the field of play, and it's no good. The Steelers win it 29-27, excuse me. Wow. What a fucking game. The Steelers win it 29-27 on a Boswell game-winning field goal from 40 yards out. And then the Bears do kick one from 65 yards out. And Santos misses. He doinks it off the upright, and it bounces into the field of play. No good. If they would have been inside of a dome, or if he would have been a yard or two closer, that would have went in. No good. Or actually, it was way shorter than that. Why did it look like it was... It didn't doink at all. It might have doinked up once it hit the ground. No, he didn't have enough leg. Seeing a replay of that now on that whatsoever. I don't even think that would have been good from 50, let alone 65. So that was stressful. That was very stressful. It is what it is. Hey, a win's a win. And they found a way to win late, and that's all that matters. And they're now 5-3. They've won 4 in a row, the Pittsburgh Steelers have, and the Detroit Lions are coming in next Sunday. Roethlisberger finished 21-30 for 205 and 2 touchdowns. Had that quarterback draw short on 4th and inches, and then Boswell kicks 3 field goals. The difference was a missed extra point, but I'm not even going to say anything more about that. He kicked another game winner at the end of the game, and the Steelers have now won 4 in a row after they lost 3 in a row earlier after a 1-0 start. So 5-3, and they get the 0-8 winless Lions next Sunday. Exactly. A win's a win in the end, but they still need to find a running game with Najee Harris. Defense can't be giving up those big plays like they did tonight all the damn time throughout the whole entire game. But credit to the Bears. I mean, Fields played extremely well. Chicago played like a totally different team in the second half, I thought. Win's a win, though, for Pittsburgh. I'll take it. 5-3 now, the Steelers are. Roethlisberger finished 21-30, 205, 2 touchdowns. Harris 22-62 for a score. And then receiving for the black and gold, Deontay Johnson led the way, 5 catches, 56 yards. Followed by Freiermuth, 5 for 43 and 2 scores. Claypool, 3 of 30. Najee Harris had 3 catches for 16 yards out of the backfield as well. McLeod and Washington had a catch apiece. Washington 1 for 42. McLeod 1 for 12. They have to find a running game still with Najee Harris. They can't be cutting it this close all the time. Very stressful, like Roethlisberger said. Heart attack city. As we end the game here tonight again. But the Steelers are 2-0 on this very date the past 2 years. They beat the Cowboys on the road on the 8th of November last year. And now tonight, a year later, on a Monday night game, defeat the Pittsburgh Steelers. They beat the Bears 29-27. What a game. Honestly, what a damn game. They can't settle with a lead, though. They have to find a way to run the ball and work the clock and close out games. Defense plays extremely well. I mean, TJ Watt with 3 sacks. A couple turnovers. They sort of evened out late. And the Bears capitalized when they needed to. And credit to them. But in the end, Pittsburgh had to settle for a few field goals. Just imagine those were touchdowns. This game wouldn't have been a 2-point win, and one of them came down the wire. And then, Santos wanted to miss a 65-yard field goal to close it out. But in the end, they found a way to win, and a win's a win. And they're now 5-3, and I'd hope to God should beat the Lions next week and get to 6-3. But then the next 3, 4, 5, 6, look at the rest of the fucking schedule the whole way from now after next week till the end of the regular season. It's not going to get easy. Or any easier. It's going to get tough. It will. Especially the next 3 games into early December. When you've already lost to the Bengals because turnovers killed you then late September. You go to Cincy late November, 2 months after the fact, as they beat the Bears tonight, 29-27. Lions next week. Then you go to the Chargers, and then you go to the Bengals. Okay? That Steeler-Chargers Sunday night game is going to be a good one. And then they've already lost to Cincy. So what makes you think they can beat them? Since they already lost to them, well, if they don't turn the ball over, because they turned it over twice in that game, and they lost by 14 because the Bengals scored 2 touchdowns and capitalized and ended up winning. And then they get Baltimore here at home on December the 5th for a 4:25 kick. And then they go to Minnesota, Tennessee, who is atop the AFC right now. And then Kansas City the day after Christmas. You have to go to Arrowhead. And then Cleveland, who they just beat last week on the road, comes to Pittsburgh right after New Year's. And they got to go to Baltimore, close of the regular season, in Week 18 for the 17th regular season game before the playoffs begin. They better find some rhythm these next couple weeks, and they better find a damn running game. I mean, hell, they started 11-0 last year with no running game, but then lost 5 of 6 because they couldn't run the football. And then 1-3, now 4 in a row. There's sort of a running game, but they know as much as we do. It needs to be and can be 10 times better. Defense can't continue to, I've said it all season long. Said it all last year too. But defense can't continue to hold the fort down for you until you get cooking on offense. Now, Roethlisberger, along with Harris and, Freiermuth, played extremely well tonight. No doubt about it. But it's when the game's on the line, okay, yeah, they made plays and they found a way to win late. Boswell 3 field goals. Hell, he doesn't have one of those because he missed the extra point. We're tied right now in an overtime. Or if he doesn't have one of those 3 field goals and he missed the kick, well, they lose by 1. So, yeah, they still have a ways to go, no doubt about it. Take the W. Win's a win, 29-27. And they beat the Bears for the first time since 2005. So they'll meet again in, say, 2025, because they meet once every 4 years with how the NFL schedule is, because it's AFC North, NFC North. It's out of division, it's out of conference. Now, if they're the add-in extra game, then okay, they'd play sooner than that. But, look ahead to then. Well, Roethlisberger's probably going to be retired by then. Who knows who Pittsburgh's going to have at quarterback. And Justin Fields will probably still be there unless they run him out of town. But I'm not worried about that right now. I'm worried about the Lions now next week. They have to find a way to bite their opponent's kneecap off and get to 6-3 before they go to LA and take on the Chargers before Thanksgiving. Plain and simple. Because who knows? If they play the way they played tonight and try to hold on to win again, Detroit, like I said, as the Bears, once again tonight, in another primetime game coming down to the wire, they've been in some close games as of late. The Lions, they shouldn't be winless at home. They should have a few wins. Pittsburgh wins on another game-winning field goal. Win's a win. The Lions, as the Bears lost on a game-winning kick tonight, they've lost on a few game-winning field goals of their own. So there's still a ways to go. They got a lot of work to do this week, no doubt about it. Have fun in running game. Defense can't just continue to play like this, and then, it always comes down to the wire because the offense, once you flip it, and hopefully Ebron can come back. Freiermuth stepped up extremely well tonight. Had the game of his life, at least in the NFL. Rookie tight end, and of course, out of Penn State. Quiet nights by the receivers, but they also got him involved in the running game on end arounds, which, of course, I had thought, you can go back and listen to it, that they were doing a little too much of that, beating a dead horse, if you will, because it started to get stopped. And credit to Chicago's defense. They were able to stop Pittsburgh for the most part tonight. It was a tale of two halves when it came down to it. The turnovers, okay, they sort of balanced, even themselves out. But in the end, once again, Pittsburgh, they found a way to win. As much as Chicago was coming back, capitalizing off of Pittsburgh mistakes, whether that's turnovers, the penalties, Chicago had a ton of them. I don't know what the official stat line on that is, compared to what Pittsburgh got called against them tonight. But, the turnovers, the penalties, the poor clock management, Chicago was able to capitalize, credit. But in the end, Pittsburgh, Ben Roethlisberger's Ben Roethlisberger, and let them on another come from behind game-winning drive and got Boswell in field goal range. And Chris Boswell, that's actually Roethlisberger's 50th career game-winning drive. Ties Tom Brady for the third most since the NFL merger 51 years ago. And Roethlisberger 4 straight wins with 0 interceptions for the first time ever in his 18-year career for the future first ballot NFL Pro Football Hall of Famer. As Pittsburgh's now in sole second place behind the Ravens in the AFC North. Baltimore 6-2, Pittsburgh 5-3, having already had a bye, as the Ravens have had one as well. And then the Browns and Bengals, they played yesterday, both 5-4, as Cleveland has a tiebreaker with the win, as we've discussed earlier. But they're just showing some stats, some graphics on Sports Center with SVP. I'm sure he's not tired yet, getting over his Maryland Terrapin loss against Penn State Saturday, but I'll digress. College Part 2, he does bring up Penn State defeating Maryland, as the Nittany Lions won 31-14 before the Lions host the Michigan Wolverines on Saturday at noon. That'll be my next live watch on Action Stream live here on YouTube, so hopefully you'll tune in. Next week in the NFL, it'll be Lions Steelers, and then we'll see about a double or triple header along with Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw next week as well, with Survivor Series less than 2 weeks away. And like I said, the plan for that is with the Steelers at the Chargers that Sunday night. I'll only stream Sunday Night Football with Steelers Chargers that night. Do live watch along reactions then, and then Survivor Series the next night on Monday night, the Monday before Thanksgiving, with, of course, Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw, and the key at that point in time, the main focus being Survivor Series from the night before on a delay, because the Steelers are going to be in Southern California taking on the Chargers and Justin Herbert, which, like I said, that'll be a good game. Should be, hopefully, in a couple weeks. But yeah, Week 9's in the books, and we're halfway through this NFL season. As we will take a look officially at the standings for who's atop each division at this point in time and who's right there in the hunt. But there's still a lot of football to be played. And then, of course, we'll get into some final stats and scores here with the Bears and Steelers as well before I sign off for the evening, as the Bills lead the AFC East. Patriots are right behind. The Jets and Dolphins are done for. The AFC North, Baltimore top, followed by Pittsburgh, who's now 5-3 with the win tonight against the Bears, 29-27 again on Monday Night Football. Cleveland, Cincinnati in 3rd and 4th place, respectively, both 5-4. The AFC South, it's Tennessee, who's also atop right now of the whole entire division of, or the whole entire conference, of the AFC. They are atop their division, the AFC South, ahead of the Colts, Jaguars, and Texans. As Indy's still in the hunt, they probably should have a few more wins, sitting at 4-5. Yeah, Jacksonville and Houston, for the most part, done for as well. The AFC West, you have the Chargers and Raiders at 5-3, and you have the Chiefs and Broncos both at 5-4. So The AFC North and the AFC West are the two tightest divisions in the conference of the AFC right now, with really, the Titans, like I said, atop the whole entire AFC. AFC South, the only clear-cut runaway right now, but the Colts are still in the mix. And then the Patriots are storming back. Buffalo, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Tennessee, Indy, along with Chargers, Raiders, Chiefs, and Broncos all still in the mix as well. And then the NFC, the Cowboys, of course, lead the East. They should win that pretty handily, pretty easily, even with a loss against Denver yesterday. Of course, it really doesn't hurt them because it was out of conference, but everybody's still going to have to play each other anyway, so we'll see what the hell happens in that NFC East that always has a new division winner every single year. The North, Chicago does fall to third place at 3-6 now with the loss. Minnesota, even with a loss yesterday, falling to 3-5, they are in second place. They're still in it. The Bears are still in it in the NFC, but not so much as the Lions at 0-8. And then the Packers are at 7-2. They'll make the playoffs for sure. Rodgers will be back eventually, no matter when. The NFC South, Tampa, New Orleans, Atlanta, and Carolina. That's still up for grabs to an extent. Still a lot of football to be played, And then out west, Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks, Niners. And next Monday night it'll be the Rams and Niners on Monday Night Football. Cardinals are right now the best team in the NFL at 8-1. Their lone loss was to the Packers, who are 7-2. Tampa's 6-2. Dallas is also 6-2. But then Tennessee leads the AFC at 7-2, followed by Baltimore, who's 6-2, and then you have a 5-3 Buffalo and a 5-4 New England squad. Pittsburgh's 5-3. Head-to-head, they defeated Buffalo week 1. We'll see if that comes back into a tiebreaker at some point in time later on in the season for playoff positioning, seeding-wise. But in the end, here we are midway through the NFL season. There's still a lot of football to be played. So we'll see, how these games play out. Of course, as always, not decided on paper, decided on the field. And tonight on the field, out on the gridiron, on Monday Night Football, the Pittsburgh Steelers came from behind after sort of blowing a lead. They were up 14-0, 14-3, 14-6. 20-6, that's when Boswell missed the extra point. 20-13, 23-13. 23-20 because of the fumble return on the punt. And then 26-20. Bears score 27-26. And then Boswell kicks a game-winning 40-yard field goal. That became a game-winning field goal, I should say, because Chicago still had 30 seconds in time. No timeouts. They drove and got Carlos Santos and range for a 65-yard field goal, but he missed it. It was short, no good. So, yeah, the Boswell 40-yard kick ended up becoming the game winner, as Roethlisberger now has 50 career game-winning touchdown drives. Or 50 career game-winning drives in his career, whether that's a touchdown or a field goal. He drove his team down, and they scored and won. Plain and simple. And a win's a win when it's all said and done. As we now see highlights on SportsCenter for Monday Night Football with the Bears and Steelers. As final stats and scores, Justin Fields in the loss finished 17-29 for 291 yards passing, a touchdown and interception. Also had 8 carries for 45 yards on the ground. David Montgomery, 13 carries, 63 yards rushing. Darnell Mooney, 1 for 15. Khalil Herbert, 4 for 13 on the ground as well. Mooney, 1 for 15 on a score. He had a rushing touchdown and a receiving touchdown that took the lead. And then Allen Robinson, had a few big catches late. as mentioned, keep an eye for him. They went to him, and he hurt Pittsburgh. Finished 4 for 68. Marquise Goodwin 1 for 50 on that challenge that Pittsburgh thought he dropped it incomplete or he fumbled it then, but they didn't recover anyway, so that was a waste. But in the end, the Steelers still found a way to win, and they won it 29-27, as mentioned. But yeah, Goodwin 1 for 50. Darnell Mooney, as he had 1 carry, 15 yards, and a touchdown on the ground, had 3 catches, 41 yards receiving, and a touchdown as well. David Montgomery, 2 for 17 on the backfield. Jimmy Graham had a catch for 28 yards, but Cole Kmet led the way for the Bears. 6 catches, 87 yards receiving. It was a tight end game. It was a tight end night for both of these quarterbacks, with Big Ben Roethlisberger finishing up 21 of 30 for 205 yards passing and 2 touchdowns, both to number 88, the rookie out of Penn State, and Pat Freiermuth, who finished with 5 catches for 43 yards receiving and those 2 touchdowns. Najee Harris, 22 carries on the ground, 62 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Also had 3 catches for 16 yards out of the backfield. Pittsburgh with the 3 starting receivers, of course, Juju Smith-Schuster out with an injury on IR for the season. They got the receivers involved in the running game as well on end arounds, as Deontay Johnson finished with 5 catches, 52 yards receiving. Also had 2 carries for 11 yards. Chase Claypool was 3 for 30 receiving. Also had 2 carries for 13 yards rushing, along with James Washington, 1 for 42 and 2 for 13. So some all-purpose yards for everyone all around here tonight. But in the end, minus the poor clock management, the turnovers that, like I said, sort of canceled each other out there late, but Chicago still able to capitalize off of a few Pittsburgh mistakes. Running game has to get there for the black and gold, no doubt about it, if they're going to want to win some more games, especially this time of year later on in the season, now into November, December, and January before the playoffs begin. They, here night at home on a Monday night, found a way to win late. And you always want to be able to run the football, open up the play action, play good defense. Special teams was key tonight. Special teams was extremely key tonight, and you always have to rely on your special teams. And Chris Boswell, with the difference at a point in time being, or having a missed extra point, he was 3 for 3 on field goals. 1 from 54 yards out, 1 from 52 yards out, and then the eventual game winner from 40 yards out before Chicago missed a potential game-winning kick of their own as time expired from 65 yards out. The Steelers win it 29-27. So, yeah, a win's a win. I'll take it. A team win for sure. It was balanced all the way around. It seemed like, yeah, okay, Harris, 22 for 62 on the ground, 3 for 16 on the backfield, had a touchdown as well. You know, all purpose for him as well, but the running game has to be more consistent and more balanced. He's going to have to start running for over 100 yards a game if they're going to want to continue to win more games, but at the same time, they're winning as they're winning now, but it doesn't need to be this close all the damn time. They need to, a few of these games, especially next week, potentially against the Lions, who are winless at 0-8. No offense to Dan Campbell and Detroit, as they'll come marching into the Steel City, biting off kneecaps, but they have to find ways to score some more points. They left how many damn points off the board again tonight? I mean, settling for field goals, all right, points are points, and a win's a win in the end, but you know, when it all comes down to it, those 3 losses, a few plays go their way, they score a couple more points, they win those, they're undefeated right now at 8-0. Mike Tomlin press conference. It's the National Football League. The Steelers have a ongoing 19-game home winning streak on Monday Night Football, which is the longest all-time in NFL history. So that also has to speak for something. They snap a 3-game losing streak against the Bears as well in the series, defeating Chicago for the first time since 2005. So they did make plays when they needed to. I'll give them credit there. And then you always have to rely on special teams. Like I said, Boswell, 3 field goals, and he won them another game here tonight. So, yeah, turnovers and penalties kill you. The penalties really killed Chicago United. Turnovers killed Pittsburgh, but in the end, still hard-fought win. Team win. The Steelers win it by 2. 29-27 as mentioned. So, yeah. A win's a win. A win is a win. And the Bears will be on a bye week next week. The Steelers will host the Lions next Sunday. I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube, so be sure to tune in. But here tonight on Monday Night Football, the Pittsburgh Steelers defeat the Chicago Bears 29-27. Hey, Ben, what's that down there on your floor? Is that a nice big grizzly bear skin? Because that's what it sure as hell looks like. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did that on Monday Night Football against Chicago, and we won 29-27. The bear hunt ends in a win, and the Steelers win it once again by a final score of 29-27. So that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. As always, thanks for tuning in and listening. Hopefully tune in next week as well for more live watch-along reactions live right here on the channel with college football and NFL live watch-along reaction streams. Love dudes. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That red subscribe button with a notification bell next to it as well. Easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. So that'll do it, as mentioned. Here tonight on Monday Night Football, the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers get to 5-3 on an ongoing 4-game winning streak now. They defeat the Chicago Bears by 2 on a game-winning 40-yard Chris Boswell field goal, who was 3 for 3 on the night, 1 for 54, 1 for 52, and then the eventual game winner from 40 yards out. And in the end, a win is a win. A little bit closer than all Steeler Nation, of course, would have liked. Thought, yeah, they would have pulled away in the second half, but you got to give credit to Chicago, no doubt about it. Justin Fields played extremely well, I thought. It was a tale of two halves. They played like a totally different team in the second half. But a win's a win. Pittsburgh found a way to win late, and the Steelers once again win it. Your final score: Pittsburgh defeats Chicago. The Steelers over the Bears here tonight to end Week 9 as we hit the halfway point in this 2021 NFL campaign. Steelers win by 2, 29